Welcome travelers, welcome dreamers. I am Adi, the lore master of this campaign for the role-playing game The One Ring. I wish to present to you the raw recordings of our play sessions, eternalized with the tools and relative recording skills of the moment, and from the perspective of the lore master. This is, as we call it, session 0 of the game, where players get to create their characters together. We spent a fair bit of time working through these preliminary steps in order to flesh out the best we could this cast of heroes. I wish you farewell and a pleasant journey at our side. Next time, session 1 will launch the game in an in media res fashion where, well, you will see. So I was thinking that we could split the session in 2 parts. First, get rid of everything character sheet related. So basically, build the character according to the rules, just as we see them, just as the character we want to be, we want to play, the character that is grown up, that is what it is now, that is the actuality of the character. And then when we've sorted, when we are done with that, do a little background tour. Yeah. So I'll invite everyone to. I've separated that in a couple of modules, and we'll do each by turn. We'll help each other to answer a few questions regarding our characters, and I really mean that as a brainstorm. Like, so the player, interested player, will actually have the final word, of course. But I invite really everyone to ask him questions about his character, things you would like to know about his character. So to help him sort of flesh out, the ins and outs of this personality, this character, his background, and things like that. But for now, let's go into the nitty-gritty, the classic things. We go into the Actor tab. We open the Fellowship and PCs folder. There in PCs, I think we've got, everyone more or less has something to start with. Yeah, you've all created some kind of test character. And after all that, once we deal with the character sheets, we create according to the rules, we create the character according to the rules, then we do those modules for background and all that. And after that, I'd like to do a little combat test. So we'll take our 4 characters. Jordi, you with us? Jordi disconnected. Yes.
No. Okay. I'm here. I just turn off the camera because I'm eating.
Oh, okay.
It's 9 p.m. You cannot expect somebody in Spain I already have supper.
Okay. No worries.
I'm listening intently.
Okay. So we'll do at the end of the session, we'll do a little test combat, just to get the hang of the system, how it works, and how the Foundry module, the One Ring module, operates. So we kind of a little, hopefully fluent in it, for when time comes. Yeah. And as well to give us an idea what it is like 4 starting characters against I don't know, I guess 2 stone trolls or something like that. Yeah, we'll have fun with that, and it will be like, a bad dream, you having the 4 of you fighting against 2 trolls, whatever. We can talk about that, but it doesn't really
I looked at some probabilities. I think this game can be pretty deadly.
It's the dice. I mean, you've got to be lucky. Yeah, the dice really are meaningful. If you roll in a combat, there is a nice little.
you have
Where?
you have a 1/12 chance at least of being, of having a piercing blow. And the kind of characters I was thinking of, they were using sort of light armor. I don't know. This is you could just 2 of these and you're gone. I don't know.
I know, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if you endurance 0, you're wounded again, or someone is stomping you to death, there is no hope.
Yeah.
And if you wounded twice, off you go. Huh? It's yeah. So it's really encouraging shrewdness. Cleverness. Okay, we'll see anyway when it comes. All right, guys. So you've got everyone has a character sheet open. Let's go. Let's go into. We'll do all that. We'll just. There's no order specific. People will. You talk about it. Of course, it's time for you to exchange. What do you plan? What would you like to play? Like I mentioned, we will be your first haven is from the get-go. The adventure will start. You will already be under Elrond care, and Rivendell will be your first haven. So we will start the campaign on a high note, like we will be mid-action. So you will already be a fellowship. You will already have had reason to be together. And why am I talking about that? Yeah. So, now you need to pick heroic culture. It's now you go. You do your soup, the 4 of you. Someone, I guess, Jordi, you maybe you look like more agile in the matter, or willing at least to adapt to the group's needs. So anyone starts and say what you want to be.
Okay, so I am also flexible. I can, I was thinking of a Lindon elf who's a scholar. Wants to see Middle Earth before we all go into the, into the sunset and Valinor forever. So that was my very rough, very general idea for a character.
Mm-hmm. I love it.
In terms of fighting, in terms of fighting, I was thinking mostly a close quarter fighting using a spear and initially a bow. Maybe I'll improve in the bow later, but I will start with being good at the spear. Of course, I can throw the spear, but then I have nothing left, right? That's the problem with the. But that's my thinking right now. If someone has a very similar character that they are really into, then I totally can change to something else. It's no problem.
I can say. Might I suggest, if you don't mind, if the concept is just a scholar elf, would you consider instead of a Lindon elf, a Rivendell elf? Would be pretty much the same, and it will have the link to Rivendell that Daddy was.
I totally would consider this. I would consider this. Adrian told me that he wanted someone with a connection to Lindon also, but I am totally fine with a Rivendell elf as well. I don't have the book source. You guys will have to tell me how it would work to put the stats in, but I have no problem with either.
Yeah, a connection to Rivendell is essential. Some kind of knowledge to the northern part of Eriador, Rudor, Old Arthedain, some kind of even if it's a scholar, he could know the map. Even if he has not traveled, even scholars can travel, But my main concern regarding looking for a player who plays someone who is versed into this geography, is that I wouldn't like to be the one playing the role of the guide, with some kind of random, not a random, it wouldn't be random then, but I wouldn't be like to be the guy who roll travel for you,
No.
So you guys
Never.
need, yes, like this is the most, I guess it's one of the most critical, skill, So you guys go on from there. Who's next? Who has ideas, desires?
If I am, given that we are doing this together, I mean, of course, everyone's concept is king, but thinking about the company, the fellowship as a whole, I would say let's, and also for the enjoyment of role playing, I would try not to step on each other's toes. Like if somebody is the face character, the social one, and the other is the sneaky one, and the other is the, I don't know, the scholar, healing, lore one. It's a way that I've seen always when I play, and also when I do the game master, that I ensure that everybody has their moment, and everybody is needed, right? And you don't feel like I'm not needed, because whatever I can do, others can do too. I don't know. It's just a suggestion. Obviously,
Yeah.
I mean, all characters can have all the skills, and that's it, right? But for example, I think somebody wanted to be a woodland man, and I know that they have some really good virtues for healing, and it's great. And I don't know, just a suggestion.
No, I totally agree with you. It's for the better, for the benefit of everyone to try to complement each other. Of course, I think the game is made so that there is not like, there cannot be some kind of over specialization. There is some form of you can always do kind of everything, but no, but sure. I think that could be important as well regarding the personality, the demeanor, the attitude, the background of each of you. So like they can be like two woodmen, but they come with a totally different story as well. So on the role-playing aspect of things as well, not only the mechanical one, but on the role-playing side of things as well, that could play, could be important. Let me look at the life path, cultures, people of Wilderland. You know that in journal, stables and aid, core book culture, with cultures, I should just title that cultures.
I'm feeling this manually. Are you saying that this could be automated by your system then?
Which? The
I'm
culture?
feeling that the skills. Yeah.
Character. No, you have to fill it manually.
Okay, good. That's what I'm doing.
Yeah. But we're not yet into the skills yet. Let's together agree on 4 cultures, right, or two cultures and a half, or whatever. Corey, you are pretty dead set on a burning, and I like it. I think we need the spearhead, boy.
Yeah. Pretty settled on a burning.
That's good.
Unless anyone has any major points against. Always wanted to play one, so now was my time. But he'll be wielding a big old axe.
Okay. It's good to know that you know what you want to do, because it makes other players' choices easier. To if they either want to adapt or find something complementary or not, they know what they're playing against. I mean, in against, like in contrast with 2. So Wildom, Woodland Man, I think, Massey,
Yeah. Yeah, so my idea, so I had in mind a background which was kind of wood related. And originally I was thinking either, also because of the Eriador setting, and I mean, I'm not an expert of this game, I've never played, but from what I read of the second edition manual, I was thinking that the closest to what was my idea could either be a man of Bree, rather than Bree, probably Archet or somewhere near Chetwood, so that he had connection with that wood. Or alternatively, a hobbit from Woody End or something like that, even though it would have been a bit maybe more difficult to make it work. But then reading also the setting of Archet that has been defined in the manual, it didn't seem to fit with what I had in mind. And given that you had mentioned that we would have been starting like kind of in media res, so in the middle of things,
Yep.
I thought that maybe the Woodman, which has a kind of adventure calling per se, would have been a better fit than a Man of Bree, which maybe could be a bit more difficult to fit in as a background. So yeah, my idea was a woodman who, for some reason that then we can discuss, is kind of it starts going on a hunt towards the Misty Mountain, hunting some orcs, let's say. He gets lost actually in the Misty Mountain. He loses his companion while crossing the mountains. And in my idea, given that I had this feeling that we would have ended up near Rivendell, he is rescued at some point by either... He manages to survive crossing the mountain, but he's rescued either by elves or by rangers and brought...
What I want from you now, guys, Massey, is just pick what you want to play. The story, the background, the reasons for you to be together, we'll figure out after. Yeah. For now, you focus on who you are when you're grown up and with a bunch of friends on a mission. And just pick that, and from on a mechanical, like kind of game balance, mechanics, voila, your heroic culture, you want to be that. A hobbit, it's always welcome in any fellowship, you know, and there is a million stories we can invent, figure out to have a hobbit be what it could be when it's on already you know, the star of the show, you know.
Yeah, but still quite set on that. The only thing I was thinking of the nuts as well, and I thought that maybe the Beorning would have ended up with the nuts as well. So I guess I could potentially decide to switch to a bow, because from the weapon point of view, I was kind of thinking of the nuts similarly.
Pretty sure there is more than one axe in the world.
Yeah, but maybe out of 4 would have been.
Basically, swords are rare in this setting, or should be rare, and axes and axes and spears should be the most common weapons.
Okay, makes sense.
I think one of us should be good at a bow, right? Just from the tactics point of view, to have someone a range fighter is.
Yeah, but sorry, Jordi, was you? I can't remember if you've spoken yet. Maybe we need to circle back. Was you still going for a Mirkwood elf? If we're gonna have,
if I go for a Mirkwood elf, we will be like a team from the forest, like from, you know, Beorning, Mirkwood elf, and which would be cool.
I am a civilized scholar from probably never set foot outside either Rivendell or the Grey Havens.
Okay, no, but I think that if, for example, you are from the Grey Havens, I would probably play, and you are the scholar, then I will ditch the idea of being a high elf scholar, because it's
Yeah.
too similar. And I would go for a ranger, for a ranger that actually makes perfect sense to go around all Eriador, like going here and there all the time on errands and protecting people.
And as
I
well,
can totally be the elf from Rivendell. I just need you guys to tell me how I feel because I don't have the supplement. I will buy after this, but I don't have the supplement right now. But I'm totally happy to
the supplement
as long
about
as I have
Rivendell
an elf, I
is
have a
there's
spear, I'm
nothing.
happy.
The
Yeah, I can
supplement
send- I don't
won't
mind
tell
just
you
sending it.
anything. There's nothing there.
Actually, let me see, because I think
It's a different culture, right? It tells you the
Yeah.
initial skills and things like that. That's
But
what I mean.
it's if you want to
they
look
are
it up.
more scholarly, but the spears is one. Okay, I was thinking about this. The spears is one of their main weapons.
Yeah, spears and bows.
If you want to look it up, Alessandro, it's in the tables on AIDS journal. The cultures, and there you'll find High Elves of Rivendell, and you load the PDF for yourself, and
Nice.
you can study that.
Okay, gotcha.
Me, I'll tell you my ideal formation, like from what you're exposing now. It's Ranger, Elf of Lindon, and Woodman and Beorning. After that, like for you, Jordi, like I'm thinking, like okay, a Ranger. Maybe you wanted to play an elf. You can totally pick an elf from Rivendell that is rangery, you know. On the other side, a ranger is midway between a middleman and an elf. They are Dunedain. Dunedain, he lives 300-400 years old. If he's purebred, they have some knowledge of history, lore. They're educated people, so they're elfy people, elfy men. Yeah. So if you had a concept in mind, like why would you play an elf? As a Dunedain, you could still be not too far from. You're not immortal, but who cares?
No, but for me are two different characters, but I'm super happy with the ranger.
Okay.
I was thinking maybe one ranger that from time to time accompanies these sons of Elrond on their hunts and
Oh, big
because
time, yeah.
the Eladan and Elrohir are they do errands for his father, like patrolling, scouting the troll shows and Eriador. Also sometimes with the hair of Isildur, but no need to be a 300-year-old Dunedain. I'll be happy with a 60-year-old or something like that.
Oh, just a youngster. I don't know what Anya did. I think they get they mature at the kind of the same speed, but they stop aging kind of. Yeah, I mean at 20 you look like a 20 years old, but at 25 you still look as young. At 60 you still look 20. You look 26 or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, I think during the movie Aragorn is supposed to be
In his 80s, I think.
87. Yeah.
Okay.
Something like that.
Okay. Pretty young. Good.
During this time, Aragorn is like 30 years old. I think right now in the setting of the game.
Yeah.
He should be. Yeah.
Yeah. I think they're not betrothed.
After the Battle of Pyramids, yes.
Yeah. I think she didn't say yes yet, but he met her and he fell in love, but she couldn't say much because I don't think they had the deal yet with Elrond between Aragorn and Elrond. I don't remember the date, but I think it happened a bit after that, after 2965. I mean, okay, so guys, let's go. Heroic cultures done. Alessandro, Elf of Lindon, just like you dreamt of.
Elf of Lindon, then. So nobody from. So you okay? Good. Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Everybody happy? Now,
Yep.
callings. I'll be jumping to one of the modules we'll be doing after that, after we're done with the character sheets. Just to let you in on my logic regarding callings. Don't pick your calling just yet. Pick the shadow path you're interested in. And look if the calling fits you. And if it doesn't, keep the shadow path, but pick another calling. I won't, first homebrew rule, I won't tie the calling to the shadow path.
Oh, okay.
I think, why?
Shadow path will be important.
I think the shadow
Somehow-
path is, it's all about the shadow. So
Oh my.
look for a shadow path that really like motivates you, like, because you pick a calling because you want to be a champion, but you realize that it's maybe not the shadow path that you prefer. So actually don't care, you're free to
Okay.
pick either which. They're not connected anymore in this game, our game.
Okay. Cool.
So you can have a champion with Wandering Madness, you can have a scholar with Dragon Sickness, whatever.
But this shadow path of the scholar is actually great for. I really like the coincidentally, it is the actually coolest shadow path for me. The lure of secrets.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, yeah. So for those who need the core rule book, it's as well in the tables and aids. It's a heavy PDF, but once it's loaded, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. I have the book in front of me. I'm looking for it.
Yeah, I have the actual physical book as well.
Yeah, for me, it's one warden first, and if not warden, then perhaps a champion.
Okay, cool. Okay, we'll have a warden champion for Cory. Jordi?
No, yeah, so it would be warden or champion, yeah.
Yeah.
Still thinking about it.
Okay.
But
we have a scholar.
Probably messenger or treasure hunter. Probably.
Okay.
I think it fits for a unit.
You guys
going
think
to
about it.
have is anyone going to have the bow as a like their main weapon, at least in the beginning? I could do that then, if I could be the guy who stays behind and shoots arrow at the trolls.
I don't know, Messi was talking about it going either axe or bow, but I don't know if...
Yeah, I guess it's still an open question, because possibly I could veer towards a bow at that point.
You are going to because my preference would be a spear, so I'll be fighting close quarters.
Okay.
But if you take up a bow, I think one of us should be really good at a bow. I think it makes sense, right?
Yeah, I think it would be fine with me. Yeah.
Yeah, and I
I
don't know
can
if
do that.
Jordi, you was interested in bow at all.
Sorry, but yeah, if I'm a Dunedain, probably will have a bow as a secondary weapon.
Oh, I'll have a bow as a secondary weapon as well, yeah. But I'll start not very good at it.
Everybody should know how to do something ranged wise, just in case. I think. You never know. Well, when will you happen on a very helpful ledge on the mountain, just on top of the trolls?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's messenger has favored courtesy, song, and travel. I'm looking at the skill travel overall, I'm like, who is going to be,
Yeah, that's
you know, you want to have. So the messenger, from your cultures, who has travel favored?
surely ranger or
Yeah, no,
Rangers should have
Rangers have good everything, I think. I think they have
Surprisingly
two
enough, they don't have travel as a favorite
No.
possibility.
Yeah.
But you
so-
still
They have hunting and lore, so it will be hunting for me.
yeah, because I'm lore will be I'll be the lore guy, I guess.
Yeah, it's messenger. Messenger has travel only. Only messenger has travel favored, and then I don't know the cultures. Travel, not much for woodmen. They have zero.
I mean, I
travel.
guess it can also come down to the journey rolls, right?
That's what I mean. Yeah. Yeah. No.
Yeah.
There is travel. There is awareness for the lookout, hunting for the hunter, and what else?
I have decent awareness.
And explore for the scout.
Yeah. So for Bjorning, for example, they start with 2 pips in awareness and 2 pips in hunting, and then
Yeah.
1 in travel and 0 in explore.
So awareness and hunting. Then does that fit with the champion? Yeah, you have hunting with the champion. Which could be favored.
Yeah, or with awareness with a
With the warden. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I have 2 in everything, as I see.
Fucking do that.
With the Dunedain, it's like 2 in everything.
Okay.
Travel, hunting. He can travel alone.
I don't know what a woodman are like.
I think they are good hunters, and also if when they have the dog, they are even better hunters.
Yeah.
If you plan on having the dog as a cultural virtue, which I think is amazing. I mean, not having the dog would be like,
Yeah.
what's the point of being a woodsman without the dog?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems they're good at awareness as well.
Oh yeah, 3 pips and hunting.
I
And
was actually thinking of, again, similarly to Corey, I was thinking either warden or champion, so probably I would pick the other one, or we can somehow. So yeah, if you go for champion, I would happily go for warden.
yeah, because you already have a hunting favored and 3 pips in it.
Yeah, but the problem is with, I think there's
You can have
there's some like crossovers with
Yeah, it's okay.
with skills.
Yeah, some favored skills, like if you're a woodman and you pick champion, then champion has you're minimizing your options there, because champion already can have it's choose one among the 2 to be favored. Yeah.
No, yeah, choose champion is you choose 2 with the calling.
Yeah, with the calling, yeah. But the culture favored skill is 1 out of 2.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean there is some crossover, I guess, between some of us.
Yeah, mostly between the Beoning and between you 3, because Alessandro is he's still in his tower. He doesn't care. He knows and sees everything from afar.
I mean, I know the theory of everything, if you want me to quote what the great wise man said, about all that, I can give you that. But
I'm very curious to know how old you will make it.
I don't know. I don't want to be too old. I think it's almost impossible to imagine how it would be to be, 8,000 years old. That's kind of crazy. So
But
the
Kirdan,
book also says that you tend to be young as an elf if you go out on adventures, right? So maybe 100 or 200 years, a very young elf.
okay. Sound. Kirdan, let me check the age of Kirdan if my internet wants to load. Yeah, it's
Kirdam
loading.
is thousands, right? He must
Kird-
be.
I'm afraid
I guess
Kirdan
at
was
least
born in
like
Cuivenan. He was born in the year of the tree 1050.
Yeah. So
So
he,
in the first stage. So
no, before.
yeah, so he's before that, before the when the trees still existed, right? So he's
Yeah, first
at
stage
least
starts
at
when the
some
Noldor
age-
comes in, and he
depends
did.
on what
1,000 years
you
old.
define as first stage. Yes.
He was part of the first move. He's born on the lake of Cuivenan. So he's the oldest living elf.
Really?
He is. No, Galadriel. She's born in Valinor a few hundred years, maybe 100 years after him.
Okay. Wow.
But it is Círdan the elder.
and that's why he's an elf and he's allowed to have a beard. As
Yeah.
no other elf.
Yeah. Ah, merde, I calculated that. Well, he is around 7,000 years old.
So he's from before the ages were invented.
Yeah.
He's before when the sun came out. He's older than the sun itself. Just madness. Elrond is a young.
I asked Google, and it says here he's between 10,700 and 11,300 years old. Give or take a year.
Yeah, more, let's say more or less, but according to my calculation, a bit younger than that, but it doesn't matter.
No, I think it's way older, actually. At least 7,000, I suppose. Depends also on which calendar of Tolkien you consider. Because quite often.
He's born
They added wrong.
He's born in 1050, year of the tree. Then you add 500 years. Then you had like 3 to 4,000 years for the first stage, 3 to 444 or something like that for the second age, and then the third age.
So the trees are either 12, I think, or 144 years.
And I think the first age was longer, wasn't it? I thought it was longer than the other ages. I don't know.
No, it's only like no, it's only a few hundred years. The first age.
Okay.
It's when the Noldor land back in Beleriand. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Anyway, callings, people.
Yeah, I'm a scholar. That's it. And boringly, my path of shadow is the path of the scholar, but even though it's independent, it's just the one that's the coolest and feels
okay.
the best for my character.
Yeah.
But
look at that as well too, guys. If you think that there's a shadow path that's more that's closer to your heart, look if it doesn't clash with the. I mean, we can have two people sharing a shadow path too. You know, that would be interesting. But of course, you know, eclecticism is the name of the game. Okay, we have a scholar who is lured by secrets. Jordi, will you go for treasure hunter or what?
You are muted. You are muted, Georgie.
Sorry. So I was thinking that if we need to have a travel favored for some reason, then I think it's better a messenger. I mean, the skills do not favor me so much, but in the end, it makes more sense for the character to be a messenger.
Cool.
Yeah, as for journey roles, like I said, Bjornings have awareness or hunting. So that would be lookout or hunter, but I know others have better hunting levels.
So between the two of you, Massey and Corey.
But Alessandro, what do the Elves of Linden have again?
Yeah.
In terms of what?
They are also.
Yeah, we are good at strength and wits. The hard part is noticeably bad compared to those two things. So I have 2 in almost all the skills in the strength column, except for hunting. I'm not, but the other stuff I'm decent at everything else in there. And as for wits, I'm very good at stealth and lore, and I'm thinking of putting points in persuade and scan.
Yeah, we're all pretty good at. We're quite strength heavy, I think.
I think if the Linden Elf is a scholar and has high wits, it would be better for him to be the explorer, which is a
that's an
wits
explorer
role.
Yeah, that's true. I can put my points in explore. I won't be able to persuade anybody of anything, but I can take away points from persuade and scan and put them in explore. If no one else says explore, explore is pretty important. And I was thinking of having as the useful item a map, which will increase further the explorer.
Nice. Inspiring. Massey.
The woodman doesn't seem too bad in exploring. Yeah. Then I guess it's hunting awareness, which has 3 points each, and then it's healing. Yeah, which is also can be favored, I suppose. Stealth and athletics.
So is anyone good at persuading?
Nope.
Okay, that's
between Corey and Massey, which calling are you called to most?
I mean, I would prefer to go the lookout route with awareness for a journey roll. Just because I don't see him being much of a hunter. And maybe it fits a woodman better anyway, and I think you have better skill in that starting out anyway. But then
Then why not go all the way? You go champion hunting, and he goes something with Massey. You go something with which is not champion, which is not messenger.
Was thinking of
how about warden?
That was my idea. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I haven't played before, so I don't know how good a fit it would be, but I guess worth trying.
This is very much, a starting point. Then you can tailor your character quite a lot with previous experience points, and role playing is everything as well. So. Oh, nobody is interested in captaining.
No, I definitely will be messenger and guide, if that's all right.
So you're talking about explorer or
The captain
guide
calling.
is the guy at the top. Sorry.
Yeah, it's the travel
guide,
role. Yeah.
The one that does the travel rolls, exactly. The one that fucks it up for everybody.
Because we have a champion with hunting. And
No, I wouldn't. Yeah, if I was, I wouldn't go hunting. That would be messy.
okay, so you would go awareness.
Yeah.
So
Makes
you're
sense.
the lookout.
Makes sense. Okay. Okay, Jordi, messenger, Dunatan.
Yes.
Alessandro, Lindenelf, scholar. Corey, am I correct? Yeah, champion
Yeah, I think
burning.
so. Did we? I don't know if we agreed, Messi. If you're still there.
Yeah, it's fine with me being warden. Sorry, my camera is messed up at the moment, so I hope I'll
Okay.
be able to fix it. I'm here.
Okay.
I mean, I don't think there would be any problem with having two wardens, two champions. Well,
No, then
I mean,
if you have,
variety is white, it's cool.
if you prefer warden, Corey, go warden. But possibly in that case, look for. Would you be all right then to pick the same shadow path, or if there are any other shadow path that would be of interest to you and Massi?
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit. Yeah, it's a bit of a tricky situation because I would say that champion is all good, except it doesn't allow me to favor awareness or insight, which I'm also got full focusing.
There is also the virtue.
Yeah, but the Bjornings start out have very low parry. Their parry rating is pretty awful, so it's kind of like you have to almost take the increase the parry via that.
In bonus, yeah.
Yeah, shield.
Shield.
No.
Or kill the enemies before they can swing at you.
Yep.
I guess that's the idea.
I'm
Which
going
is
to go
what
now.
you do with a two-handed axe. You kill
I'm
them
going to.
in a swing.
Yeah, I'm going to go for champion and everything that entails.
Yeah, love it. Love it.
Okay. No, tell us, what is your enemy? Is it orcs, spiders, wolves, trolls?
Yeah, you have enemy lore, yeah, distinctive feature. We'll come to that. It's coming. It's coming. But Jordi wants to know, maybe. So.
No, I'm just asking because I mean I'm excited for this team. I like it. And by the way, my shadow path will be the path of despair, which is not the one for the messenger, but well, unless somebody else picks that path.
I would be picking that one ideally. I think it's but we can both have the same.
You can go despair together. There's no.
Yeah, exactly. I guess
despair loves company, right?
Misery loves company. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes. Okay. We're good to go. Everybody is set.
Description here.
We have a warden, woodman on the path of. So warden on the path of despair. We have a messenger on the path of despair as well. Dunadan, we have a champion. Curse of Vengeance. You're good with Curse of Vengeance? Yeah. And a scholar who is, of course, lured by secrets. All right. Next, we have previous experience. This is when it's becoming serious. And the good news for you all is that you have 12 points of previous experience instead of the average, the normal 10. 12 points to spend. So, do you have the table in front of you? For previous experience, page 46 of the core rule book. 12 points. gentlemen.
Thank you. So that means I can actually persuade people now, in addition to exploring things.
Yeah. So this goes as well for those looking to upgrade their combat proficiencies. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I automatically chose to take my spear to three, which it costs 6, right?
Okay.
That makes a big difference. That third die there is a.
Statistically speaking, it's huge. Yeah. From going from 2 to 3, in anything is massive.
So I can't remember, how was it I increased pips on my character sheet again? Is it holding...
Alt left click to add a pip, and Alt Shift left click to remove a pip.
Alt Shift. Okay.
3, 2, 2, 2, 0.
Oh, I have 2 in healing.
Oh, by the way, yeah, you already guys picked your attribute ratings. Yeah, did you? All of you?
Yes.
Yes. By the way, the shadow path is really relevant for me because my hope is 10. So this could come quickly my way.
I know, right? Yeah, shadow is the thing.
And elves have trouble healing it, right?
And on top of that, yeah, as an elf. Welcome back.
Then good that you were not a Rivendell half-elf. It would be even worse.
Yeah.
I guess.
It's terrible for them.
You can only get rid of shadow at the Yule Fellowship.
Yeah, this is super bad. Yeah.
It's very well. Actually, I have problems with hope too. I think I only recover half my heart.
You do. Which ain't as bad, but still, you're doomed. Your people are doomed.
I kind of feel you have a plan for that, agent. Somehow, something tells me that.
Remember our Farazon.
Okay. So, do you want to know our attributes, or you will then check the?
It's between you. I think you guys want. I think from what you've shared already, you kind of know where you want to guys specialize. I see that we have typical Dunedain 555. I like it.
Yeah, Mr. Average. Or Miss Average.
A burning.
Mr. Average.
No, who is Wolf? Wolf the Wanderer.
Yes, that is the burning.
That is the burning. Is 563. Yeah. Alessandro is 007. No, I'm kidding. 626.
How is it you remove a pip?
That is extreme, perhaps. I mean, you know.
You remove a pip with
games,
an
I like to be
shift
really
alt.
good at things, even if that means I'm weak at some others. I prefer to be more.
And Massey so far is a 532. Ooh.
No, I haven't done anything actually. I'm not even sure what I should do. Please instruct me.
Let's look at Massey's case, please, gentlemen. And culture, people of Wilderland. What do we have here?
So it's either of the 6 options that are in the attributes table, right? Of the people of Wilderland. Okay.
So you're witty. So your thing is a parry rating. So your parry rating will be up there, along with you're in the Hobbit leagues.
My parry is 19 right now.
Not bad.
With nimbleness, I'll revisit that.
How about a 446 or a 455?
Mm-hmm.
Massey?
Yeah, if I am a bowman, is it strength? I have no idea how combat works here. Is
No.
it still a matter of
It's always
strength?
strength, whatever weapon. Yeah.
Okay.
Strength is to do with striking, and wits is to do with parrying.
Okay.
Parrying is a really important number, I think, from my.
Yeah.
For sure.
But, well, if you are a bowman, what do you do with parrying? Do you parry with your bow? With your bow?
With the bow, you strike with strength.
Yeah, probably I could go for 4, 6, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if things work, it would be behind us, and you wouldn't ideally need to engage close quarters. But probably things won't be ideal very often. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you want to be the bowman, yeah, a 4-4-6 looks good.
Okay, so I would put 4, 6. Anyway,
All right.
let's see.
Red Dog. That's some nickname.
Okay. Yes.
Okay, then you guys can copy your skill according to the agriculture you've picked. You can pick. You can make one of these skills favored, depending on the choice you have available, depending on this culture. So for you, Massey, you have the choice of being between making hunting or healing favored, and take into account your calling. Yeah, you're a warden. So as a warden, sometimes they are overlapping. In your case, healing is overlapping. So you don't want to pick. You want to pick hunting as favored for your cultural favored skill, hunting.
Okay, I see.
And then for your calling, you can pick 2, and that will be what did I say? Hunting, healing. No, you have the choice between picking. You can pick 2 between awareness, healing, and insight as favored.
I have favored courtesy and 0 peeps in it. That's good.
I favor song, craft, and lore. I mean, hopefully one of these things will come in handy.
Nice. Wow, you're an expert.
And my lore is 3. I have 3 pips in lore, and I'm favored. I mean, surely, I guess that fits the score.
Yeah. Surely you've heard of the Nameless.
Anything. Yeah. Of the Nameless, yeah, absolutely. I can even name some of them,
To name
Oh
a thing
yeah.
is to know it.
Say it aloud.
Sheila. I think she's a Nameless.
She's a nameless thing. Yeah, she's one of them. Sheila.
I have to favor either hunting or lore. So I will be favoring hunting. Okay. Although we have somebody else who's the hunter.
Yeah, no, it's good. Hunting is good for tracking as well, not only for the travel role, but I'll do a mix between scan and hunting when it comes to tracking stuff.
After this, it would be good if we went each one and said which skills we are good at, just to find some holes. But I don't know. I think there will be some holes inevitably.
Yeah, at the beginning, definitely.
Yeah.
You guys can always open your the other players.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
You can do that. You cannot edit them, but you can open them, so you can compare with what people have going on. Yeah.
And I guess people are still editing their stuff, so I'll wait until that's done.
just gonna
Is there somebody that has a courtesy as a good skill? Like,
No, true.
not
Yeah,
even our elf?
No, I am not. I have no pips in courtesy, and I didn't put any in there.
Okay,
It
then.
requires a heart, you see, so I don't seem to have much of one. So
Okay, then. I'll be taking that path curiously, but there you go. 1 and 2.
there are some skills here that I honestly, even though I read the book, I am still unclear about how exactly they work or when they're used, especially battle and riddle. To me, those are still a little bit mysterious what they do, but that can be for later.
Okay, yeah, very good. I have to say, these 2 extra points of previous experience are
Oh yeah,
They're good,
Big
eh?
difference.
much easier. Big difference, yes.
I spent 3 weeks thinking 2 or 3 points more, 2 or 3 points more. And I did my
Well, you should
calculation.
definitely
And
have gone for 3.
Do you spend a point so it's a point per skill, or how the?
No, the first pip costs 1 point. If you go from 1 pip to 2 pips, it costs 2 points. From 2 pips to 3 pips, it costs 3 points. And I think you can only go up to 3 points. Yeah.
And you pay each one of those costs cumulatively.
Massey, just check the core rulebook, page 46. This is where the table will tell you everything. Combat proficiencies are double the cost.
Okay.
Sorry, how is it we add distinctive features, rewards, etc. then?
This you do
It's been a while since I
by
looked at this.
opening the item tabs, top right of the UI.
Yeah, that was it. Yes.
Characteristics, distinctive features, common, and here you have them.
Go again. Items and then
Characteristics,
distinctive features.
distinctive features, commands.
Okay, so for a design, I will have.
Yeah, they also depend. The choice depends on your culture. That's right. Dunedain. Bold,
I don't know
honorable,
if to go
secret.
through hearted or subtle. Through heart.
Are you good, Massey?
Yeah, for combat proficiencies, so I have to choose one between axes or bows, and that is level 2.
Yeah.
And then another one of my choice, which will be level 1.
Correct.
Right?
Yes, but you can add to that by using the 12 points that Adrian is giving you. And then it costs 6 points if you want to go from a 2 to a 3, which is what I did. So that costs a lot, yeah.
Yeah.
And can I go beyond 3? Because maybe
No.
someone.
No, not
You
at
don't
the
even have
start.
the-
3 is the
Not at the
max
start.
in anything at the start.
Okay.
And also, you
no.
wouldn't have the points for it, right? Because it would cost 14 points.
Yeah.
Even if you allow.
Right. Yeah, no, I wasn't referring to combat proficiency, but I was thinking.
In skills, it's
Oh,
is it 3 the max? I
you
think
can, no,
you
you
can.
can go
3
up
is
to
the max
4.
for an initial character. Yes.
Nice.
Yeah, 3 is what you start with.
No,
but
you can
you
go.
can
go to
up
4.
4, yeah.
Yeah, you can go to 4 for only 5 points.
Oh, I see.
Only. It's not. Wow, if you start at 4 in cooking,
But then
I mean, they missed. Why? I don't understand. Like you design a game and the skill cooking is not there. I mean, come on. It's craft or healing. I don't know which
Depends on your cooking.
depends on your cooking. It's it.
It could be courtesy.
Yeah. Athletics. You stomp on the steak like dung 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 dung.
Yeah, they say that eating cram is like an exercise in patience.
Eating drum skin?
Cram.
Ah, cram. What's
The
that?
cram, the food that the bardings do.
Oh yeah.
Have
The
a
one that the dwarves were eating in while besieged in the mount.
Oh. To check that out. Cram. Mm-hmm. Alors, how is everybody doing with skills and the spending of previous experience? We all
I
set?
have finished mine.
Okay.
Well, I finished mine. I don't know about.
I'm not done yet. I am still working through it. Sorry, it was 12 points.
So don't forget to check
decisions.
other people's character sheets so you can have an idea where you'd be needed in case you are.
Yeah.
Stealth 3, nice, Alessandro.
Fine.
Lore 3.
Sorry.
Stealth. I
Lordly
see
and
that
subtle.
you invested in your stealth.
No, stealth comes that way for Lindon elves. They're just stealthy.
Ooh, okay, nice.
Stealth and lore, they come at 3, just to start with.
Mm-hmm. So basically, you spend 6 points into spears.
And then I spent 3 points in persuade and 3 points in explore.
Nice, great choices.
But it depends. I might move that persuade to a scan, for example, if someone else has good persuade and no one has good scan. I will see. After people have figured their skills.
I have scan favored at the moment.
Okay, then I'll stay out of that. I have persuade. It's not favored, but at least it's two pips, right? There is some chance of it working.
Having good scan is very good for an elf that wants to be an archer at some point.
Yeah, because you use scan for the.
What do you use it for the archer?
For the virtue, there is a virtue, yeah.
Oh, okay. Cool.
So basically, there is a secondary action, an action you can do when you are in the rear guard shooting, which is aiming.
All right.
But it costs an action. It costs an action, so you aim one round and shoot the next round. But with the virtue of the elves, you can do both things in the same round, like aim and shoot, aim and shoot.
That's really powerful.
It is. It is very.
Oh, so that's Massey. Massey, if you want to play an archer, yeah, you might want to look into the scan skill.
Yeah.
Because that would help you for this aiming action.
Nice.
Aim action. Where have you spent your point already, Massey?
Nope. Well, I have a couple of ideas, but I haven't still allocated all of them.
Okay. Ask anything, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. For me, it's the first time I put 4 characters together at
is
once.
Is anyone wearing helmets? What are you?
We're not there yet. We're not there yet.
Okay, sorry. I'm getting.
Well, it's the next on the list. It's starting gear, actually. If Massey, I don't want to lose someone behind. If Massey is having needs more time.
Ignore me. I just.
And Corey as well was tinkering with.
Yeah, I think I'm done. Yeah.
Insight 3. Is this the native?
Yeah, this is starting. Yeah.
This is very good. Very, very good. It's a nice skill to have as well when dealing with cultural beings. Well, I guess you can use insight on an orc, but on a spider it would be a bit weird. What does this?
I have courtesy for dealing with the spiders.
That is it. Yeah, yeah.
The psychological profile of that spider. What does it really want? How does it see the world through its 16 eyes?
That's it. Oh my god, it has a split personality. Oh, weird.
Yeah, I'm my only thing that my character is fragile is because of my armor that's light, and that's a concern. But
Yeah, but
You know,
with,
my
I'm
previous
hard to hit.
character was a dwarf.
Oh yeah, dwarves are amazing.
From
Five
then,
dice or
everything
something.
exactly everything seems like lightly armored. Like
Yeah.
with 5 dice,
So-
you cannot be like wounded like ever.
yeah,
Yeah,
that
you
wolves.
are hit all the time, right? You lose.
Not so much. I mean, because I was a
Sorry,
scholar. It was a scholar dwarf. He had high wits
Okay.
and always carried a shield. So
What
like
a
a
pain.
carry of I don't know, 17 or 18. Or maybe I choose the
That's
yeah,
amazing.
because my item was a shield that had +1.
Okay.
So it was pretty good. Pretty good fighter, even for a scholar. You know, it's a dwarf. Even if he's a scholar, he's a dwarf.
That's a tank, right? It's basically a tank. Everything
Yeah.
bounces off his.
What was your thoughts towards the life paths, by the way? I can't remember if we discussed that.
Say again, Corey, please.
The life paths.
Oh yeah, we'll come to that
Yeah, the
in a
life
moment.
paths.
Yeah, we'll come to that in a moment. When as soon as we make sure that Massey is sorted and knows what's going on. I don't mean there's I just mean to for everyone to be on the same page, so we can move on as a group.
No pressure.
That doesn't mean that you can do your thing if you're ready to go. You can do your thing. But to answer you, Corey, in the journal tab, tables and aids, life path, and major events document is there. The journal. You load the PDF, and there you have that available. And I love this little option. I really like it. I think it's nice. It's nice. That's just what was needed to make things, to spice it up a bit.
Oh, this music. Is this from the Lord of the Rings Online?
Yes.
I've played so many hours that game that I recognize the music.
Yes.
I love it.
Sure.
It's the music in Brie, right?
Yes, it is.
Love that game.
Yeah, me too.
I didn't make it to Mordor, but because
I discovered. Yeah, I played it a lot, but I turned in circle just looking at the landscape. I didn't advance the game at all, and I discovered it quite late, actually, in 2013, I think, or 14. It was pretty late, I think, already. So there were other games that took my attention away. But
I loved Moria. Moria was amazing. Amazing area. And by the way, actually, the One Ring Second Edition, they are. I thought, didn't you tell us that they are doing a Moria supplement?
Yeah, it's coming April next year. It's supposed to be the release for the hard copy. Hopefully, the PDF will be coming a little bit in advance. So we can make use of it.
So I think I'm done. I increased my proficiency in bows from 2 to 3, so that was 6 points. Then I increased the healing from 2 to 3, that was 3 points. I had 3 outstanding points, and I gave 1 pip to travel, scan, and persuade. So I think does it make sense?
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Nice.
I think I got
Nice. Let's go. Starting gear. The beginning starting gear, you can basically pick anything you like and gear yourself up. So any weapon, you can pick 6 swords if that's your fancy. I invite you to pick one of each, actually.
What about the wealth? Oh, what is it called? How wealthy we are.
Oh yeah, it depends as well on your right, on your standard of living. Yeah.
Some of the items.
So
I'm actually
elves-
so poor that I cannot have a metal armor.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, elves and rangers can only have leather armor, and you cannot have a mount as well. You cannot have a horse.
You cannot have a shield. So the first thing I will do when I kill an orc is steal their shield.
Oh yeah, you like
You can have a
fashion.
buckler.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Someone takes a buckler? No way.
Yeah, buckler. It's like no.
Yeah, but a shield
will
or
not
no
take a
shield?
buckler.
I mean, but
But not a buckler looks like the lid from a for your cooking.
yeah, that's it.
Yeah, there was a very cool virtue on the first edition, like some elves that could have a two-handed spear and a buckler at the same time.
But yeah, I mean, that's
first
the idea
edition,
of a
there were
buckler
some
now, that
very
it's
weird-
strapped on your forearm. Yeah, so I don't know. It's second edition, man. It's over. The good days are over. I wanted to look at the the standard living of wildermen, woodmen. It's frugal, yeah. So when you look at the equipment,
Yeah, it's frugal.
at the starting
So-
gear,
To-
some people cannot. Standard of living, you check on page 100. Yeah, you have to go on page 100 of the core book to
Yeah,
see. All weapons are actually. It's only about armor that the standard of living is playing a role.
Yeah,
So yeah,
Armor
woodmen
and
and
horse,
burning,
mouse.
they can only be leather armored, and have a buckler.
elves of Lindon is the same thing.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Because they don't show. They don't show off.
So what is people thinking about helmets? Because with 2 dice for protection, I just feel very naked. That's my problem right now. I would love to have the next tier in metal armor that the load goes from 6 to 9, and then you get another die. That would be perfect. But a helmet,
1D more. No, I think it's worth it. It's worth it.
yeah, it doesn't really fit my image of my character. But I think I'd rather be dead than looking good. I'd rather be not dead than
No,
looking good.
you nailed it. You nailed it. At the first try.
Maybe you have like two
Freudian
can.
slip there.
It works as a chandelier as well. You have candles, and then you can read with it.
Yeah, you can have something that looks very elfish, elegance. Okay,
No,
so
but-
I guess probably I'll get it. And just the load is also a little bit concerning, but I guess,
You can toss it away. If you have a problem with that.
yeah.
At some point,
yeah.
if you become wary or what, you toss your shield, you toss your helmet.
Yeah.
Actually, I think the Bjorning is the richest of us.
Yeah,
We are all frugal and you are common.
No
You
way.
are the richest guy.
Strangely enough, yeah.
Yep. Yep.
All right.
Adi, I have a small problem. I was trying to pick the virtue, the initial virtue,
Mm-hmm.
and I wanted the one that lowers the target number from one attribute, but I cannot change the
How
target
can
number.
I've just asked actually in the forum, but I don't know, maybe you know, Addy, but the how do we change the TN number manually, because it's
You
actually
can
not possible to edit
no,
it.
you cannot. You have to go into items. You open the tab items, characteristics, virtue, commands,
So,
and I've pre-edited for you 3 versions of prowess. One for heart, one for strength, one for wit. So you don't have to do the bloody editing of the effect and stuff. So as soon as you drag the prowess heart, your heart rate, your heart TN should adjust. Is it working? Working.
okay. Okay.
Jordi, are you sorted? Did you find it?
Yeah, I found it, and it is working. Oh
Yes,
my god, this
yes.
is amazing.
Yes.
Thank you.
No worries. We can thank shout out to Hervé Harrington, who designed the whole the One Ring system for Foundry. Very nice guy. It's all on him, including the bad stuff. And the I don't know if you've noticed, I added a skin onto the UI, and the guy to be credited for that is nicknamed Medic. I've not met the guy yet, but good job. I think we'll give a go to that skin. Just a side note, I can slightly I can hear some slight feedback. I advise the people to go into the tab playlist and adjust the user volume control and tune down the playlist volume to your liking. So there could possibly be a bit less feedback if that's what I'm hearing. I'm not sure. Bloop, 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 bloop.
Any better?
I think so, yes. Yes. Where were we? Starting gear. Are we all set?
So besides weapon and armor, is there anything else?
No. No.
Yeah, the rewards, right?
No.
Actually, when you pick your items, you can already pick the item with the reward, which is awesome.
Oh,
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Some of them, yes.
Yes. I mean, you pick.
Because I
If you want Alessandro, if you want a keen bow or a keen spear,
Okay.
what I advise you to do is just to pick any, like you have here. You pick a keen sword. Yeah, there is no keen spear. Yeah.
it's not a keen, it's a fell.
Oh, it's a fell, so you can just edit it directly into. You go once you've dragged it in onto your character sheet.
I think it's already adjusted because the number for injury is 18 already. Normally a spear is 16, so the fell is included in there. I think I did that in our session when you walked me through the system.
Good.
Let me
Just change the name of the spear and title it Fell Spear. Two-handed and Fell Spear one-handed. Just so things are just clear from the get-go.
Right. I wrote a note on the. Okay, so it's the title that you want to change.
Yeah, just name it. Name it just as it is. Then you will find a real name for the object, for the spirit inside. But Masi, how you doing?
Yeah, well, the thing is that I'm not really sure about the difference between damage, injury, so I think I will pick up some reward kind of.
Okay. Damage is the basic toughness you take out of an enemy after a successful strike. You will always take them down that much.
Yeah.
The injury is in case you do it's a piercing blow, like a critical hit. In case you do a piercing blow, the higher the injury rating is, the more difficult it is for the adversary to resist it and to resist taking a wound. And most adversaries are dead outright if they are wounded.
Okay. So you're
Like a critical hit. Yeah.
okay. And you're only wounded after a critical hit? Or
Yeah. After a piercing blow.
regular damage doesn't wound you?
No.
Basically.
But if
it
you
can
but
kill.
you can wither them down to 0 toughness. You know, if you take them like 4 points of toughness after 4 points after 4 points, if they come down to 0, typical might 1 enemies, like typical enemies, will fall unconscious or be dead at 0 toughness. But some may not.
Okay.
Critical hits also inflict this normal wound. It's that in addition to that, they have a chance of taking a wound and then usually die.
Yes.
And
And
it's not, if this number is higher, it's harder for them to resist. And if it's a keen weapon, it makes it more likely for that critical wound to be inflicted. So
yeah,
it's two things that you can.
you can pick the
We
reward.
have one reward basically, or is it?
Say again?
We have one reward at the beginning.
Yeah.
Or have I got it wrong?
Yeah, and this reward can actually change a few things, including the damage, grievous, the injury, fell, or the piercing blow threshold with keen, which means that you do a piercing blow, a critical hit on a 9+ instead of a 10+.
So typically that will mean that you go from a 16 or 17% chance of inflicting a piercing wound to a 25% chance if you make it keen.
Yes.
For most weapons. That's a big difference.
Yep. And then if you use if you roll a lot of 6s,
then you can.
And you carry a spear, you can consider your enemy is dead.
Spear is king. Spear is king in this game. So bad.
Yeah, and you can also use the successes to defend yourself very well with the spear as well, depending on.
But you need to roll those 6s.
But if you have 3 dice, the chance of one of them being a 6 is something like 40%, 42%.
All right, are we all done with the starting gear then? Weapons and armor selected?
Yes.
Now, let's go into useful items. You have a couple to pick from on the in the core rule book. Page something. Oh, I'm back. Useful item in the core rule book are page 50, and I have a list of. Bon, there is this list in the core rule book. There is your imagination, and there is a list, an extra list of sample items that you have access to in the journal tab tables and aids, useful items, gear, herbs, and beers. And there you can load for yourself the PDFs of sample useful items 1 and sample useful items 2, which are a homebrew selection made by its fan-based material from I forgot the name. Power of Nom, yeah, is the guy who compiled all that. There is a huge compilation of homebrew material available on the Discord, the One Ring Discord. So there you have a nice little selection of extra useful items that can inspire you, or you just pick them up. Think about a useful item like which skill do you want to have an edge on? and in what situation could an item come in handy, and then that gives you an idea of the sort of item you're looking for.
So just to be clear, I will be the explorer, right? I have put some points on explorer because I think no one else had that. So I'll choose the maps. I think that makes sense. Also as a scholar for my character, it makes total sense. Where do I enter that in the character sheet?
Exactly. Good question.
Yeah.
Maybe background. I can just add it here.
At the very bottom, there is nothing about. But that's.
Yeah, because it should automatically add.
I'll just add it in the background and then remember that.
Explore, then it should automatically do it, no?
No, this kind of thing is a bit. Yeah, that's something you had manually. I guess it's in notes, huh? You just open the notes and type it.
And then remember that I have it when I roll. That's the other part.
Possibly. Oh yeah, that's something I'll talk about to Hervé, but I know he's going to listen to the recording anyway because he was very keen. He even asked me this morning, "Are you ready? Is your game session all set? You're starting tonight?" So he's super keen on hopefully, if not watching, I know that he's listening to actual plays in his car when he goes to work.
I guess that it's the same with a pony or horse. We added in the notes.
Yeah, I guess so. I've never actually realized that.
For those of you that have a pony,
exactly,
which is basically you.
Lucky few, the lucky few of you.
The rich Bjorning.
Who have luxuries such as mounts and metal armor and shields.
He comes in a car,
which he's not using anyway.
Yeah, I'm not using.
He's not using a metal armor, not a shield.
Insult to injury. Right?
He has the pony on his back. That's the thing.
Instead of a loading pony, they have a bear. But it's just to carry things. It's not a non-fighting bear.
Oh man.
That would be the.
Have you found a? Yeah. Tell us, Jordi.
No, I was doubting between having an item for a bit of a stealth, an extra stealth, like a typical ranger cloak, or something to improve my courtesy, because I think I might be the only one with courtesy. So maybe some golden torque or a ring from Rivendell or something like that.
Nice.
What do you guys think? Because at some point courtesy could be.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Useful.
Yeah. I like the torque personally, better than the ring for sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Torque is deadly. I always loved this piece. I will always remember when I was a child going to this prehistorical museum, there were these torques. There was all these torques there, like bronze torques. I was fascinated by the shape. I didn't understand it goes around the neck, I was like, what? That's a big bracelet.
Yeah.
Masi, how do you feel? Inspired about the useful items?
I was thinking of something related to healing, like a balm or some herbs.
Perfect.
Yes, from Radagast. That would be super cool.
Yeah, some kind of poultice from the.
Yeah, we need someone to mend our bones and to, stop our bleeding and so on.
I remember one of my players. You know what item he had for insight? He had a pipe with Hobbit tobacco.
Yeah.
And it was the item for insight. Like
it opened his third eye.
Yeah, but I think it made sense, especially in a Tolkien setting, you know.
You have a list of in the useful item gear herbs and beers. You have the beer pipeweeds entry, and you have this PDF there. You have loads of pipeweed names from various places. I don't know. They don't look all coming from the Shire, but maybe they are. Actually, I don't know how many kind of pipeweeds there are. But... Rushlight. Take a draft of that.
A golden sword.
Oh, it's golden, baby.
Well, or maybe it's bronze stork. I don't know. Silver.
It can totally be golden. I mean,
No, I'm poor. Silver torque.
silver.
Silver torque plus 1 dice, 2
Courtesy.
courtesy.
Yeah. Awesome.
Yeah, because I guess if I'm a messenger, I have to reach the place, but then I need to kind of present the message to some other people, right? So I need at least some courtesy to...
Yeah. And courtesy is not just hello, how you do, but it's all about mingling with the locals. It's about it's survival, but in the cultural sphere. Yeah. It's not
and
just
not embarrassing
fast talking.
your master that send the message. Actually,
Say again.
Somebody sends a message. If I don't know, if Elrond tells me to deliver some message, I should not embarrass Elrond with my behavior.
Ways,
Yeah.
I guess. Yeah.
I still knows you're only a ranger, yeah. But you're not any kind of ranger. You're this kind of ranger, courteous, educated, knows the manners, knows the way in, the way out.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There was one of the rangers I remember of the company. That was a very cultural. Let me find his name.
So how do we add the useful item to the...
I'm afraid there is no special box for that. You have to go down the character sheet and open the notes and edit a note about that. Hervé, what
Then
you
you
do?
have to remember that you have an extra die when you roll.
Yeah, that will be. I wish. I'll talk to the boss here. See what he can do. So we have a set of maps. We have some herbs or poultice balm for the woodman, a torque, and what did our burning go for? You can pick 2.
Yeah, I can pick 2. Right now, I've got a coil of rope with grappling hook.
Okay,
And
always handy.
I'm struggling with the second one actually.
It's okay. You can. That's as well something you can figure out during play. Like you can come up with an idea. Hey guys, I have this piece of soap. I can clean myself and not stink too much and be stealthy, whatever. And then you add it on the spot, and then it is your useful item. You don't have to come up with every side and you can leave it for now. We'll go forward, I think. It's time for starting reward and virtue, which is another big one. Alessandro, I start with you because I think you've already made your mind.
Yeah.
You're fell, so you've edited your spear. It's a fell spear. And you've picked nimbleness, +1 in parry, and you've edited manually your parry rating, did you?
I did, yes. So the parry is 18, which is 12 plus my wits, which is 18 plus 1 for this virtue there.
Perfect. Well done. Mighty choices. Mighty.
I made a bet, a sort of, it's a gamble here. I could have picked keen instead of fell, but I feel that the spear is particularly easy to hit the threshold for the piercing blow because I have 3 dice and each of them is +3, right? So I think that there'll be lots of situations where I would be able to do that. So
Absolutely.
I prefer to have a higher injury to increase my chances of that.
Totally makes sense. Yeah, totally makes sense. Completely understand. Yeah. Jordi, what did you go for? Keen? A keen sword?
I went for a keen sword.
Yeah.
A two-handed, not a long sword that can be 1 or 2-handed.
Yep.
Which I will mostly always wear.
Two-handed.
Wield 2-handed because I don't have a shield. And I have a good parry, so. And also chose to prowess in strength.
Good, man. Yeah. Makes sense. It makes sense because you have like a 5/5/5 base attributes. You want to kind of like lean onto something and support your proficiencies.
I will be called Targon the soft spoken.
Nice.
Because not all rangers are unshaven, dirty, and well, I mean, I can be unshaven and dirty, but I speak.
But you speak well always.
I speak well.
Sweet.
Actually,
question here.
Choose one.
Is nimbleness if I take an increase in my wit? Isn't that the same as nimbleness, but actually more powerful? Could it to affect my skills as well?
No, you mean via
no, because it reduces your
takes
TN. It doesn't improve your wits. It reduces your TN.
Oh, I see. Okay, I see. Okay, that makes sense.
You little tricky elf.
Well, it's just an innocent question. So I think I'll keep my choice. I may be too paranoid about being hit. It's just that I made a few simulations, just rolling some dice. Me against this and that and that. You die very quickly in this game if you get hit too often or if you don't have a lot of protection.
You do.
Like that.
But you have a lot of protection. You have a Bjorning in front of you.
Your team, that's it. That's it.
Burning in front of us all.
We release the Bjorn and then we pick up the pieces after. That's the strategy.
Alors, what do we have, Mr. Burning? Mr. Red Dog.
Yes,
Attends.
I've gone for
no.
Grievous.
Yeah.
Grievous Great Axe.
Okay. Ouch. What the hell? The stats. Okay.
So that puts the damage up to 8.
Yep.
That hurts.
That hurts.
And then, yeah, I'm a little bit unsure with the virtue right now. Actually, I'm toying. Even nimbleness because my parry is only 16. Even nimbleness to boost it up to 17, or dour-handed for more damage.
Ooh, I love it. Dour-handed is it's something.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go dour-handed.
All in, man.
Wearing wielding a 2-handed axe with door-handed, like you don't need to score critical hits. I mean.
I'm gonna go dour-handed.
And it's nice because axes don't have. You cannot do a pierce with an axe normally. Attends. Can you? You don't.
With a 12, with a 10 and a 12, right?
No, I don't think. I don't mean the piercing blow. I mean the pierce special attack.
Yeah. True.
Attends. I don't know if actually... That's a question now. Can you do a pierce special attack with an axe?
No. You can do it with a sword,
So,
with
yeah.
a
So,
bow,
yeah.
and a spear.
So that's a loss for you now.
Yeah, that's
Because-
actually
That's weird. Yeah, the door-handed is good. Is not too good for axe wielders. You can do a pierce special attack only with swords and spears and bows.
okay. Then I'll have to change that. Yeah.
Yeah. So you'd rather pick something like
I might go
I'm
for
not getting
hardiness.
this.
Actually.
hardiness. Yes. Yeah, definitely.
But what do you? Okay, you cannot do a pierce, but with an axe, but you can do heavy blow, for example.
Yeah. Yeah, but then
But for all other weapons, you can do both, right? For an axe, it seems like you can't do the.
you can't do the pierce, but you can always do the heavy blow, and it's a double two-handed, so it's gonna be a heavy blow at +2, plus your strength, so it's a +7 heavy blow. Not bad. It's still meaningful. It's still meaningful because you're going grievous as well, so you're going into grinding them down. Yeah.
Actually,
So-
I might go for confidence and raise my hope by 2.
Oh yeah, clever man.
That's better than 2 more hit points.
Yeah, because with hope you can always increase your chances of, everything. So nice.
We'll go
Love
with
it.
confidence. Yep.
Nice. And we'll check on Massey, and we'll take 5.
So I was thinking of keen as a reward
Mm-hmm.
for the bow. And actually, yeah, as a virtue, I was thinking of hardiness potentially. That would raise my endurance by 2. That is
No.
for the load mostly, isn't it? Is it also to not be wary while fighting? Right?
Both. Yeah, both. Yeah, endurance would help you to keep going in combat and during travel, and to overcome your fatigue. No, it's surely like a kind of all-rounded goodness. Like, but I see that you've edited your bow the wrong way. I think bows are injury 14. Hey, why don't you pick a... it's a great bow. No, it's my mistake. Great bow, okay.
I picked the great.
I'll edit the effect for you now. So you don't have to bother about that. I'll edit that. It's keen. Keen, piercing blow, 9+. That's the bow you want. And that will be a piercing blow, downgrade 9. And I forgot something. You're good to go.
Okay.
Voilà.
Thanks.
Yep. Okay, let's take 5. Hey.
Hello. I think
Hello.
actually I've changed. Had a little think, and since I can't go dour-handed, it doesn't make sense to choose Grievous. 1 point of damage. So I think I'm actually going to change it to Keen.
Oh my god, okay. A keen, so you go to 22.
No, so Keen allows me to pierce on a 9+.
It's not
Oh,
spell,
yes.
it's keen.
Yes, sorry. All right. Okay, still waiting on Massey. We'll go into eye awareness now. So let's wait on Massey for that. Yeah.
What is this thing that character sheet has a title. What are you supposed to do?
What? Which
Yeah,
what?
I don't know what that is either. There's something called a title.
Ah,
as
but
in a
if you're
doctor or
like the herald of some prince, if you're or it's your nickname, it's possibly your nickname, Targon. It's possibly, you know, Targon. You can put the soft spoken in there as well too, I guess, or you know, you know.
It looks cool here in the name. Then
Yeah,
it will
yeah.
be in the token.
Keep it in your name too. Yeah. But it's more like I don't know if someone is I guess hobbits would be fond of that, you know, like I don't know, the keeper of the cellar, you know, the wine wine expert.
Messenger of Elrond.
Yes, yeah, of course.
Messenger of
the smoke ring maker of
That's
Bree.
it, the smoke ring maker.
Elrond's errand boy.
All right. I'd like us to go to page 170 of the core rulebook, where we can see in detail more about eye awareness. So for those who don't know, eye awareness is a rating that you should, someone is feedbacking. Possibly Massey. I think there is feedback. Yeah, it's you. It's you, the feedbacker. Because you don't have your headset. It doesn't. It's good. Manage the way you can for now. All right. So eye awareness. Massey, do you know what it's about?
Oh.
No.
Okay. So eye awareness is a rating that you want to keep low in general, absolutely the lowest possible. It's how renowned by the enemy you are. I mean, how a threat you are in the eye of the enemy. And the more you bring the attention towards you, the more the greater deeds you do, and the more mistakes you do as well, the more shadow you bring upon the fellowship, the higher the eye awareness rating goes. And this rating, once it reaches a certain threshold, which is called the hunt threshold. If your eye awareness rating goes at past the threshold, or at same level, I guess. If it reaches your threshold anyway, then there's the hunt that starts. And you'll be preyed upon by dark forces. So this threshold starts at a certain level, and it is, we have one. So the table is page 170 of the core rulebook, and as you can see, we have one or more Dunedain in the company. So we start at 2. But we have no high health.
This table is in the Ratas, I think. No?
Yeah, but I think I have the PDF, and it's
a good one. Okay.
I think I have the updated one.
Okay.
It's 2 for Dunedain or elves, and then high elves would be 3.
Yeah. So there is no high elf in the company. So your eye awareness, and this eye awareness rating you can see in the actors tab, fellowship and PCs, and you have your fellowship sheet there. Yeah. And let me update that for you. Your eye awareness for now will be 2. The initial value will be 2. There you go. Fellowship points will be 1 per hero, so that will be 4 for now. Hobbits could increase that, but for now we have no hobbits in the company. So you'll start, guys, with 4 points, 4 fellowship points, and 2 points in awareness, in eye awareness. That is where as well, Massey, you can go back to your character sheet into the folder. You can drag your character sheet, the name, you go into actors, fellowship and PCs, and you pick your red dog. Yeah, you click and drag red dog into the members of the fellowship. To change that, your patron will...
You mean into fellowship PCs or into... No, sorry. Where should I drag it?
You drag it. First you open the fellowship sheet, which is right below the PCs folder.
All right. Yeah.
And you drag your red dog into the members of the fellowship sheet.
So I need to open the fellowship sheet first.
Yes.
Is that what you say? How do I open it? So if I click on it, it doesn't open.
It doesn't open. Okay, I will change
It's just that it's a bit slow. It's just a bit slow on my end.
Oh, good to know. Okay, some kind of
I don't know if it's slow for other people as well.
Internet.
Okay, I did.
Okay, good man. Here we are.
Are you able to change, Addy, are you able to move Wolf into lookout? Right now he's in the hunter role. I can't seem to... Yeah, I'll move myself. Or you moved it.
Red dog.
And
you need an image.
Myself.
how do you move someone into a role?
No, it's been done now. Oh, you mean... yeah, I'm not sure.
What I did is I just dragged my character from the PC's tab to the role. I just did that, and that worked.
What are the roles? Guide, hunter, scouts, and so on. Is it that?
We just need to drag you into the hunter role.
Myself.
Yeah, maybe you can add yourself.
Yeah, just drag your character to the hunter's place there.
Doesn't work. I will sort that out sometimes. Sometime we'll check that. I don't know. I'm trying to drag your red dog. Just.
If you drag it from, did you drag it from the tab or from the list of available members? I think there's a difference. If you drag it from the tab, that's what I did, and it seems to have worked.
Okay.
At least on my end, I don't know.
From where? Sorry, from the tab.
From the list of PCs, from the PCs folder.
Yeah, I did that, but it doesn't.
Okay, did it work?
I can see the plus.
Oh, it's okay.
Okay, there you go. Something happened.
Yeah, you drag it from inside the fellowship sheet. I just did it for you.
It worked. It works, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so that's the fellowship sheet. In there, I can add for you Elrond and make him your patron. There you go. Elrond is your patron for now. Location, Rivendell. There you go. And then there are journey logs that I will take care of in case I use the Foundry system for that. But I may as well, because it automates the events. That's nice. It automates the events. I'll use this. And notes as well. By notes, you can put different things. Description of the company. We'll see if we use that or not at some point. That was it for the fellowship and the eye awareness. Now, what do we have? Safe haven. Is this on the list? Safe haven. Anyway, we know that could be added in the notes, but we know that it's Rivendell for now. Eye
It's
awareness.
in location.
Say again.
Yes. Oh, isn't it location in the fellowship sheet?
Oh yeah, basically. Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, it's set. Good. Okay, now let's go into let's go inside them. Yeah, we've got those character sheets sorted. The game knows what we are on about. Now I'd like each of you to start to think about the family of your character, and we'll all focus on one of us and help him to figure that out. And if we have questions regarding his character, we ask them, and we help him to answer those questions himself. So if we have ideas, if we have suggestions, if we're inspired, and if we want to know more about him regarding family and other things, don't hesitate. Step in and suggest your idea. So start with the bewarning. Huh? Let us know, Wolf, the Wanderer.
Yep.
Let's start to think a little bit about your family. Do you have we don't need to go ultra deep. It's Tolkien, but we can stay human. Yeah, we're not superheroes like Tolkien himself.
Yeah.
How about your family?
Yeah. So I sort of fleshed out a bit of background for him, where his father
just let me stop you right there, just before you go ahead with that. Guys, have your journals open and ready to be edited. PC's journal, under the journal tab, you open your personal journal and you add a page. We have already the Chronicles of Targon the Dunedain. Good, things like that. Nice to see. Open your journal and be ready to edit that. So you guys keep taking notes along the way, and you don't forget a good idea. All right, sorry, Corey, go ahead.
Problem. So yeah, I imagined his father having been a mercenary of sorts, sort of back in the days, moving from here and there. And he brought these stories to Wolf in his childhood as he grew up. So Wolf grew up around these stories of traveling and lands beyond Wilderland, where his family finally settled after the Battle of Five Armies. His family moved there, become a part of the Bjorning culture that would come around under Bjorn. And once he returns to his home by the Carrock. So his family, at some point after the Battle of Five Armies, sort of in the year after, moved to Wilderland. Perhaps they were a bit more based a bit down south before. His father and mother, and they've moved up north. Like I said, sort of around the Carrock, Old Ford area.
Okay, how did they move? Did they move by land, or did they get the help of the river people? Did they reconvene with their father who was away, and you as a kid met again your father at the Karok for the first time after many years of war.
So I imagine that Wolf was a sort of a baby when they made the move from the south and then northwards. Yeah, traveling by land, perhaps through sort of the woodman territories, and perhaps as part of a small caravan of sorts of warriors and other sort of hardy men and families that saw Bjorn as sort of a symbol of strength and wanted to settle under his sort of informal rule.
Yes, yes. Yeah, because the Burnings really formed at this time, like.
So yeah, Wolf would have grown up then around that area, knowing the Old Ford, knowing the Carrack, knowing.
Okay. It's more now about your dad. It's more now about them than we'll come to childhood. It's good that you make the connections,
sure.
but it's more about your father, your mother, your siblings. Do you have some?
No problem.
Mm-hmm.
So he has or had a sister, a few years younger than him. But his mother were going to have had died in a sort of tragic accident when he was a child. Then him and his sister were sort of left under the care of their father. But he was a great warrior. Was sent to the mountains to sort of fight back against any orc or goblin encroachments. And their father also died in one of these clashes.
Oh. So your mom and your dad are both dead.
Dead.
Okay. So you're alone with your sister.
So his father was quite brutally killed by orcs, and perhaps displayed, and it sort of created this hatred of orcs, which then sort of ties in with the enemy lore feature of the champion.
Awesome.
Which I would end with orcs. But they made a bit of a display out of it.
Where were those orcs from? Mountain Pass, Gundabad?
Yeah, perhaps the mountain, the high pass.
The high pass. Mm-hmm. Nice. Okay.
And to create a sort of tie-in with Bjorn, say Wolf and his sister were still relatively young at this time, were perhaps then taken under the caretaking of Bjorn himself.
Okay.
See, I read it in one of the, I think it's in the Heart of the Wilds book that I've mentioned. There's a character there that also was taken under the care of Bjorn, sort of as a fosterling. And that's where sort of Wolf developed his combat prowess and sort of hardiness. And his sister, on the other end, didn't thrive as well, and goes missing at some point in time. Actually, she wanders off, and no trace of her could be found. So that's also part of Wolf's sort of journeying and traveling. Is perhaps one day he'll find his sister.
Awesome, I like it. Anyone has any more question regarding the family of Wolf? Okay. Okay, Jordi, you go. Your family.
Okay, so I think Targon is a son of a very, let's say, traditional Dunedain family, like very followers of the traditional values of my people. um, and he is not the older son. He's like the youngest son. He has an elder brother, Ohat, and initially his family was was living in a Dunedain settlement in the North Downs near
Oh.
Fornost.
Oh, okay. Love that.
But then after that was overrun by orcs and wargs and that. They're all the Dunedain from the settlement were forced to go south, first to Trestle Bridge, then they decided to make the long journey to seek the refuge of Rivendell.
Okay. So they wouldn't. They would. Oh, there is a mosquito. Would they? I think that would be quite out of the ordinary for rangers to be settled in Rivendell. Most of them, in my reckoning, have settled in in the region of the Angle, yes, south of Rivendell, yeah. But would you?
Yes. Actually, what I was thinking is that so okay, I got ahead of myself. So it was a very small settlement, like maybe 2-3 families. Okay, and
the first one in the North Down, you mean?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and my father and elder brother were like warriors through and through, and when the orcs and wargs came, they thought that they could face them, and I was younger by then, and I always like was as my brother was like somehow my father's favorite. I was more learning other skills from my mother, like not such the direct approach, but a bit more the subtlety and not so much the right hand, but also the left hand.
Nice.
And because she was she was more the culta,
cultivated
the learned, woman.
Yeah, cultivated.
Cultivated, yes.
Okay.
She showed me the book. She showed me the words, and the soft speaking is from her.
Okay. Did she made you make a tour of what was left of Fornost with you, possibly showing you what's left of the library there? Or is it in Anuminas?
Yes.
No, it's in Fornost. There's
It's in Anuminas. I think the Great Library is in Anuminas.
It's Anuminas, yeah. Fornost is just ruins. Yeah. Fornost was totally ravaged. Okay, I love it. And then you moved to the Angle, yeah.
Yes, but by the time we moved, I mean, my brother and father were already dead. Because the orcs, they thought they could face the orcs and stuff, but their direct approach, let's say, was not the most appropriate.
I see. So you escaped with your mother.
They did a grand standing, last hero standing, but in the end, for what?
But maybe for you to manage to escape, they probably help save time and make time for you to pack your things and.
But I don't know that because I was young. The only thing I know is that they died useless.
Okay.
They had a useless death and left my mother and me alone. That's what's on his mind, because the character doesn't need to be right. He needs to have a viewpoint, right?
Totally. Love it. Perfect. All right. Massey, do you want to go?
Yeah. Well, I actually have quite a lot of family in at least in my idea. The head of a family is actually my grandfather, who is over 70 but is still alive. Is called Wolfhound because in his youth, around after the fell winter, he killed a few wargs or warg riders, so he made the name. And he founded, probably he or his father, now it's not sure, but anyway, let's say he founded the settlement where we live. It's basically a family homestead in a sense. It's it's our wide family, possibly some people, some extra people, but it's mostly a family settlement, like let's say, with a wooden palisade and something like that.
Nice. What's his name? What was his nickname again?
Wolfhound.
Wolfhound. I love it. Okay, awesome. Okay, so there is cousins in there. There is like the sons of the brother of your father.
Yeah, exactly. There is also the brother of my grandfather, who is a kind of blacksmith. He's still alive, even though he's quite old. Not as old as my grandfather, but quite old. He still has a black beard, so he's still called blacksmith. And he learned some craft from the dwarves, but we don't have much iron, so he doesn't do many things given our status. But he's able, he still, when he gets a chance, he apparently is crafted in that. My father was more the kind of a hunter thing. I don't think he had like a nickname because he never went on adventure. So he was a bit different. He wanted to increase, let's say, the settlement and probably do a bit more, like try and increase the wealth or the goodness, the welfare at least of the family. The other thing, well, he has a brother, my father, and I have a brother as well, so it's like three, couple of brothers. I haven't thought about I guess there were probably some sisters who died also of sickness and stuff.
Okay, yeah.
But my father's, basically, I've learned most of the things from my father, so I went hunting with him. I learned some healing lore, probably either from my mother or from my grandmother when she was still alive. My grandmother is dead. My mother is kind of not that well, but she's still alive. And the brother of my father, so my uncle, married a woman from a neighboring clan, but this woman was actually a widow, so she brought her daughter to live with us, and she was kind of a half cousin for us. And my brother is younger than me, so he's still is probably fairly younger than me, so he's almost still a kid. We haven't been really friends. Maybe he sees me more as like a kind of figure to imitate.
I love it. Mm-hmm.
My idea for, in a sense, my half cousin is basically given as a bride to the son of a chief of a neighboring clan, and she goes to live there. But then their clan is attacked by some band of warg riders or orcs, and my cousin is basically waylaid or kidnapped, let's say. This is a bit similar to the Beornings, so maybe we can discuss this if it feels a similar feeling. But the idea is that her husband actually survived, and he comes to our place asking for help, and I offer myself to go and help him, basically saving my half cousin. And that's my call to adventure. And actually my father was not happy at all for me to leave, because he wanted me to help him, like increasing the wealth of the homestead. But my grandfather granted me leave, and as he is still the head of a clan, my father didn't really oppose my grandfather, but he was not happy at all with me leaving. So this is my family, sort of my background.
I love it. It's amazing. Okay. Who is Alessandro? Corey, are you with us? Corey. Hello.
Yes. Sorry,
Okay, good. No worries. I just lost visual, so I just wanted to make sure. No worries. Okay, Alessandro. Thank you, Massi. Anyone has questions for Massi? Wants to know more about this half cousin? Is she into strength, heart, or wit? What kind of girl is she?
Probably wit, and yeah, I don't know much about heart. What is the main?
But is she more into social, into knowledge, or into physical stuff?
Well, I would say wit probably if I have to pick one.
Okay.
A bit of strength, but I would say wit is the main. Yeah.
Okay. So she married.
I have a question. Oh,
Yeah, go.
sorry. Oh, no, sorry.
She married someone from a burning family. Yeah.
No, I think another woodman family, but it's a neighboring family.
Oh, okay. Sound.
And the idea was mostly, I mean, she was happy with that. It's my grandfather that wanted to keep good ties with neighboring. So it's kind of I guess, a common way, like having a member of your family marrying another family in order to increase ties between families, also to defend collectively.
Mm-hmm. Jordi, you wanted to add something?
I wanted to ask if he had all met sometime directly Radagast the Brown.
Ouais.
Yeah, I hadn't.
We'll come to that. We'll come to that. It's the next. Next on the list.
Okay. And where do your clan live, more or less?
Yeah.
It's like the clan of the mountain, of the forest.
I guess so. I would say we live on the borders of the Mirkwood, probably in some of less wild, or in a sense the tamest areas. I was thinking probably the northwestern corner or something. So it would be actually probably quite close to the Karok, but I didn't have necessarily a strict location. But I guess
so you
on the east of the wood.
You still would be south of the old ford, south of the old forest road, yeah. That would be the border with the burnings.
Okay. Yep. That's fine. Yep.
We can see on the
Woodman.
I was looking for a map actually now, but I haven't actually.
Woodland Hall is probably closest.
Yeah. You can see the map now, Massi? Did it upload?
Let me see. Just a sec.
Where are the maps, by the way?
I just it's in the scene. It's the main scene that I've uploaded now.
Yeah. So I guess more or less actually where it's written. Yeah, near Woodland. Yeah, I guess somewhere there.
Okay. Sound. Okay, love it. All right, Alessandro. Let's hear about Ariel.
Ariel.
Yeah.
Totally, totally elfish name. It ends with L, so we fixed. Okay, so I won't have such a tragic story. I lived a relatively quiet life compared to all of you.
Yeah. But focus on the family for now. Focus on the family.
Yeah. My father, Mablin is his name. He's an artificer, and he builds, let's say,
an artificer.
Can I do that? Artificer, yes. He builds these very intricate clocks, right? Or watches, clocks, and other things. But that's the thing that from early childhood that I admired the most, this intricate mechanism that just kept going and kept time. And I was kind of expected to follow on his tracks, right? And I did that. I became decent at it. I knew I wasn't as good as my father, but okay. But then one day there was a sort of transformative moment when he showed me this ancient thing that is like a clock, but built by the people in Beleriand before the continent sank, right? So in the first day, something very old. You tell me if I go too far.
No, there's no.
Adrian.
So far, so good.
It's something that man would call magic, right? But it would be, let's say, it would be powered by starlight. You put it on the starlight, and it would have all these revolving things. Nobody knew how it worked, or nobody could ever build something like this again, right? And it created a sort of music when it was working. It was under starlight that was never the same all the time. So it was an incredible thing. And then I had this realization that I thought my father was great. I mean, he was the greatest artificer. I had this very high idea of the craftsmanship and knowledge and wisdom of the elves. But then I realized at that moment, looking at that thing, how much we lost, right? How much we lost from the elder days. Yes, of course, I had heard stories about the elder days and how everything was somehow greater or grander there. But this brought this home in a really strong way. And I sort of realized instantly, I would never be satisfied anymore with just being a run-of-the-mill, okay, sometimes even good artificer, because I would never be able to build anything like that, right? I mean, just not possible. But then I became very interested, some would say obsessed, by this incredible things that the elves, my kin, had done in the distant past. And I was told that this object, we could call it a horror log or whatever, it was found relatively recently, a few centuries ago, in some ruin somewhere. And so, thinking about this, there must be other things like this around. So much sort of incredible richness and beauty and just knowledge that could still be out there, and it would be lost forever, right? Because one other thing that it was clear to everyone around where I live, that's in the Grey Havens or Mythland, I guess, is that the time of the elves in Middle-earth was eventually coming to an end. By human, I mean, it would be a very long time in the future by human standards, so it would be several generations of humans until that really happened. But it was coming, right? We could see it. So that means that if we didn't find those things, if we didn't at least find out what happened to them, all of this would be lost in a much more fundamental way than just them being lost, the objects being lost. It's their very memory and the fact that they ever existed would be lost to it. So somehow it's a more severe loss. So that made me... Go ahead.
What about your mom?
My mom, I didn't think much about her, to be honest.
Okay.
She may have died during the fell winter somehow, or I am not sure.
Okay, during fell winter.
Yeah, let's say that. I do have a brother that would...
okay.
So anyway, that was all my motivation to go from a craftsman to a scholar.
We'll go into motivations. I wanna keep things a bit organized, and so right. we'll go into. I have a list here of things. We'll go into. I want things to build up. So when you come to those other questions, you have already some answers to feed on. Now let's go back. I think we. Do you have more to say about your brother or other siblings?
Yes, the brother. What I thought is he was fascinated by ships, and he wanted to be a ship maker, right? And he heard this tale that there was that in some place. Let me see the place now because you took the map out, so I have to look at the map here.
Or you can go
in-
yourself. You can go back into Eriader PC.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Right. In Anuminas, I think one of you mentioned that place before. In Anuminas, there is this tale that there are these ghosts or these visions of the swan ships that sometimes you can see them by the lake, by the sunken city, right?
Oh.
And he wanted to see this very much, and then he went there, and that was the last we heard of him. We never found him.
Oh, okay.
Again. We went after him. Possibly I went, or maybe just my father and some other people went. But let's say that I went there along with my father to try to locate him, and we never found him. So it's a sort of a mystery. We don't know if he's alive or dead or what happened. I just left it out there.
Nice one.
As a dangling little loose end.
Precious, precious. Any more siblings?
No.
No. Okay. Okay. Corey, how about friends?
Friends is not something I'd thought too much about, I must say.
A specific,
I think he, after all the tragedy that's around him, he sort of learned to take care of himself, basically.
Okay. Nobody special.
Perhaps not putting himself out there too much in fear of losing sort of people close to him.
Okay, so his best friend would probably be Bjorn himself.
Yeah, you could say something like that. I'm not sure I've not thought exactly of how sort of deep that goes. It's also to tie in for sort of the future virtues and stuff that sort of have this magical element to them that Wolf would have learned from Bjorn himself. Yeah, I guess you could say that sort of Bjorn became a somewhat of a friend and father figure of sorts. And I mean the Bjornings as well sort of take care of their own. So
yeah, but they're kind of a big family like that, since it's a very tribal kind of approach, where everybody feels responsible for his next. Yeah,
he had nothing sort of holding him back from.
I see.
Then leaving Bjornlands.
I see. Okay. Jordi, how about Targon? Concerning friendships.
Well, let's say Targon didn't have much difficulty making friends. The thing is, not very deep friendships. More like good acquaintances, because he's always been here and there, and he's a nice person to talk to, and he's genuinely interested in the people and learning about them, but he's a bit guarded. I think he still feels the loss very much. So he doesn't have very deep frienships, but
kind of for the same reason as Wolf, yeah, sort of. They both lost a lot, and they're not keen onto making new bonds and tie new relationships that could bring them pain.
Yeah, but he has a deep bond with, still has a deep bond with his mother.
Oh yeah.
He still feels responsible. Because he's the only person that she has, and she's not young. but
Mhm.
he doesn't like. I wouldn't call it maybe friends, but he has let's say respect and camaraderie with the company of elves and Dunedain that accompanies the Sons of Elrond,
Yes.
and he sometimes accompanies them as well in patrols, and so
Elro
probably
here. Yeah.
those and Eladan, yeah, probably those the companies of the twins would be the closest thing he has had as comrades, like growing up in the area.
Nice. Massy?
Sorry, I was looking for the mic. So yeah, I would say that the society I live in is very familial, very clan oriented. So it's not like I had many acquaintances outside the family. So probably, I guess my uncle had some sons. So the cousins were the best friend, probably the closest thing to friends I had. The half cousin, the female half cousin I mentioned before, probably given the fact that she was not really family, probably was the person I felt more attached to outside. And in a sense, I didn't feel entirely like family. The other thing I could say is that, there are dogs probably in I suppose in the homestead. So I am very fond of one of them. And I guess, I'm still open to if I bring him alongside with me or not, but that could be my best friend probably during my youth was some sort of, dog.
Nice. These big wolf dogs, yeah.
Makes sense.
Yeah, great. Any question for Massy regarding his friends? Yeah. Okay. How about Ariel? Ariel. Do you prefer Ariel or Ariel?
So, Ariel, I don't know.
Ariel. Ariel.
Something like that. Ariel, I don't.
Ariel.
So there's someone, Lothriel. She's, let's say, she works in the library in Mythland, and so I knew her from a long time, and things were becoming a bit more than friendship until this restlessness that drove me to seek things outside of where we lived after I had that moment. Sort of, she didn't want that at all, and so
she wanted you to stay with her. She wanted to betroth you and
yeah, exactly.
So she's waiting for you.
Well, unclear. There was a bit of a rift, so I don't know. It's like unclear.
Okay. Nice.
I hope so, but
did your brother had a good friend? I'm thinking about a connection.
Yeah.
Someone that knew him that you would still know.
Yes. Yeah. I think so. Yes. Someone who worked on ships or something related to shipping, ship making, or a sailor. Any one of those would be a plausible.
Yes, I love the sailor option.
Okay, so I can come up with a name or pick one of the names. Galdor, let's say, was his friend.
Oh, of course. Why not Galdor?
Yeah.
I love it. All right, let's go into something a bit more fanciful. How about your pastimes, guys? Your pastimes, your hobbies, things that you do for the sake of it when you have the time, and either an art, whatever, something that you fancy doing for the fun of it? Corey. Wolf.
Yeah. Pastimes. I put one point into song. This is also to tie him down later down the road if we get to that point. But there's something I think perhaps he learned some songs from his mother as a child. He sort of enjoys the solitude of, whether it's a deep woods or a high mountaintop, and he'll sort of sing to the wilds.
Nice.
Something like that. I'm not sure if he has like a. Other than killing orcs. And
Awesome.
avenging his father.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure if that's a hobby or.
And what would be those songs about?
Oh yeah, that's.
Would that just be like howling, like animal kind of communion stuff, communion with nature, just pure like inspired by the moment, or do you write a collection of songs?
I think more the communion aspects. I think perhaps his mother was sort of a healer type, sort of had a connection to nature herself, and that sort of
That's some kind of the chanting, like kind of shamanic songs.
Yeah, maybe something along those lines. Very rustic upbringing. I've also chosen rustic as a distinctive feature of his. Help fit in with that as well.
Mm-hmm. Nice one.
So yeah, these very sort of earthy, that good stuff.
Awesome. Targon, a little hobby?
So yeah, there are a couple things that Targon enjoys very, very much. One is when he feels like frustrated because he doesn't have any travel to embark on, and he has to be, in the same place. He has like a build-up of energy inside, and he needs to release it, so he runs.
Oh.
He likes running to exhaustion. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And he's very good at it. And the other thing that he likes a lot, in complete contrast, is and much to his mother relief, is reading some of the books that are the few times they are in Rivendell, and he can request a book about the old times and great battles of the old times, or just pretty much anything. And he goes to the Hall of Fire and just sits there in a corner.
I love it.
And read the book.
Nice. Well, there you have books to your heart's content, and it's just the library there is possibly one of the biggest there is in Eriador, for sure. Books and running and reading while running.
I was thinking, because he's swift and he has like a bit of battle and lore, and I was thinking, yeah, why not? He can have learned stuff from books too, even if it's not his main thing.
Mm-hmm.
But he likes to learn about the past of his people.
Nice. So would you have gone as far? I guess you have as to Arundel.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, it's actually one of his favorite stories.
Oh, okay, awesome.
Actually. I mean,
yes.
and
good to know.
Living where he lives, like not read about Arundel, it would be like. Well, he doesn't live in Rivendell per se, but he has had the luck of meeting Master Elrond. So
Yeah, for sure. So then Elrond is a descendant of Erendil. So, am I right? Yeah. Yeah, because Erendil gave birth to Elros, the first Númenórean, and to Elrond. All right.
no, yeah, it's his father. It's his father.
Yeah, it's his father.
Elendil is
It's Elrond's father.
It's his
Yeah.
father.
Nonetheless. Awesome. Massi.
Yeah, I guess one of the favorite pastime of mine when I was young was going swimming to a small, I guess, pool near. There was a streamlet and a small pool, and so me with my cousins and probably my younger brother, I suppose, we sneaked there in quiet periods, especially, well, I guess because we lived after the fall of Dol Guldur, but the temporary fall of Dol Guldur. So in those quiet times, we used to go there swimming. So I'm fond of that. I still like swimming, which I guess fits well with athletics. I have one point of craft. So my grandfather, actually, even though he was a fighter, like in his youth, he has learned probably during his adventures the art of carving wood, and he loves to make toys for kids, let's say mostly, and sometimes he gives this also to other families nearby. So I've learned, I was fascinated by this. He taught me a bit of that. It was a way to bond probably with me as well. I'm not as good as he is. And it's a crude art anyway, because but still we are quite good with wood.
Okay, so little mannequins, little statues.
Yeah, probably even some simpler toy, like I would guess mannequins, probably something like tops or the things that spin. So sort of
yes,
simpler things, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
But you could possibly as well
other figurines, but yeah, mostly things like that.
And would your crafting go as far as like making, for example, looms for weaving and stuff?
Well, it's more a pastime, but I guess I would maybe know some of it. But it was more a pastime. So then, probably I've done it because I guess as a close family we needed that stuff. But I like to do it as a hobby, maybe more than.
Okay, nice one. It's nice. Both of you are coming with two. All of you are coming with two hobbies. How about Ariel?
So Ariel likes to draw, and he's pretty good at it. Wherever he goes, he has sheets of paper and pencils and simple drawings. Well, simple materials for the drawing, and he is fascinated by styles of other cultures other than his own. He was introduced to a few drawings by dwarves and men, and even though if asked, he would always say that the elfish art of drawing is superior to all others, but he was fascinated that there were different ways of drawing, right? Using different uses of perspective and different ways of emphasizing things. So
Nice.
wherever he goes, he will try to see how they do that, how drawing and probably painting but what he does is drawing, but he would be interested in looking at those arts in particular.
I guess good drawers are dwarves, yeah. Dwarves would be very keen in this, in drawing, in architecture.
Yeah.
So in the Blue Mountains, I'm looking for like cultures where you would have meet them. Would you have traveled as far as Gondor?
No, absolutely not.
So you would be more familiar with the Blue Mountain dwarves then?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I imagine I would have been to the Blue Mountains at least once to visit people there, but not much beyond that, no.
So you're into all sorts of drawings, including portraiture and map making?
Possibly, yes. I have a set of maps. Maybe it's maps that I copied myself from something else. And also botanical drawings of leaves and things like that.
Oh,
I'm also
lovely.
interested in
Botanical
trees that I haven't
drawings.
seen before. I would draw that. I
Love
would be
it.
pretty annoying and ask people to wait until I draw, probably, Some people would,
Oh,
like that annoying guy who is always taking photographs. It's the
Yeah.
equivalent of
Yeah.
that.
well, plants are very patient, plants.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, tell us, guys. Do we have more questions for Ariel? If you don't step in, we'll go forward. If
Maybe I just have a curiosity because you mentioned you didn't travel that much further than the Blue Mountains, but you said you went to Numinas to look
No,
for
no,
your.
not. Yes. I guess I did, but that's not very much further than the Blue Mountains, right? From the Grey Havens to Anuminos, it's about the same distance. So I've been at the what I would call the surroundings. I wouldn't have been very much past. Well, I don't know where we start, so that depends on the start of the thing. But most of my experience is contained west of the Shire, let's say.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Love it. Nice. Tell us, guys, about your distinctive features, including the one coming from your calling, and how and where and how did they come up? At what point in your life did you start to develop those skills, those affinities, those distinctive features? Wolf.
So distinctive features. Obviously, I have the enemy law, which I've designated as being towards orcs, and this came from. His father was involved in skirmishes with orcs in the mountains, and perhaps let's take on sort of trips out into the woods with Wolf as a boy, would talk about these skirmishes and sort of give him insight into the manner of orcs and all those sorts of things. And then after his father's death, Wolf eventually gets sort of becomes very focused on knowing as much about orcs as possible, because he wants to sort of avenge his father, and this sort of ties in with one of his distinctive features being fierce. Sort of that pent up anger from all the tragedy in his life, and just a ferocity in battle. Perhaps also partly learned from his father. Like I said, they were the Bjornings are sort of made up of a very hardy folk. Sort of a ferocity that comes out in battle.
Sure.
And
rustic would be the basis of a burning lifestyle where you care only about the essentials.
His most prized possession is his axe. And I think I've figured out the second useful item. I think I'll make it a sort of a flute or something, perhaps his mother's flute, which will aid in song.
Ah, lovely.
So he lives a very basic lifestyle. Sort of the grandeur of Rivendell is going to be sort of almost shocking to him, because he can sort of survive with a blanket under the open sky.
Yeah. I guess that says it all.
I mean, even though he's the richest of, he has a horse as well. Actually, sorry, I need to remember. He has a horse, an old horse.
Yeah.
Which is also his trusty companion. So that's also one of his friends, I guess you could say. Friend on the road.
Oh yeah. Okay. I'll take note of that. All right, Jordi.
Just a second, because I had chosen True-Hearted as a distinctive feature, but for what I explained before, I think something more of the kind of subtle or secretive or something like that would actually fit the concept better. Okay, so
What about fair spoken?
Fair spoke, but it's not one of the.
It's not a ranger one, right?
It's not no, it's not
okay.
one.
Oh, that's well, okay, yeah, sure. Yeah, fair spoken. Yeah, it's more an elven thing, I guess.
I was thinking like
Or
secretive or subtle, you know.
Okay. Okay.
Because something like that.
Secretive.
So
secretive. Mm-hmm.
Secretive. Yes.
Secretive. I guess that fits better. Yeah. Instead of true-hearted.
Okay. Yes. I cannot delete it though.
You alt click it.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So yeah, I started. So my first big travel was like our, let's say, exodus from Numinous to Fornost to Bree to the great old road to the Trollshaus to close to Rivendell, you know, when I was very young. And during all this traveling, I kept seeing ruins of the past. That meant we were a diminished people. Like I was being told, these are the ruins of the great city of blah blah. These are the great ruins of, and that made me, you know, like it kindled the fire in Targon's heart to travel around to see all that his people were able to do in the past, which in one side it makes him proud, but on the other side makes him very sad because of how we have diminished from our splendor.
So nostalgic kind of effect.
Yeah. And during his travels, he likes to talk to people and to get to know their customs, you know, like how about their cultures. So he picks here and there a bit of everything, a bit of the language, a bit of the traditions. And as he's very interested in this, he makes sure that every time he relates again to the same culture, he tries to introduce in his ways something he has learned before, because he also has noticed that this gives him a warmer welcome. And his mother has always taught him that all the strength is not in the hand of your sword. Your strength is in your ability to connect to other hearts.
It ties well with the story, the overall arc of the Numenorians, how they degenerated on their own. Then they had to move on to Middle Earth and to adapt to new cultures and mingle and mix with the locals and the middlemen.
Yeah.
So
that's a bit of the thing that I wanted to. So for my father and my brother were more like, we are pure Numenorians, like we are a step above the other men.
Yes.
But my mother was more like, our strength is to be with these other people, like get to know them, get to understand them, get to protect them, because it's both or heritage or obligation, and because it's the only way we will survive as a people.
Sure. Deadly. Awesome. Hey, what's the name of Red Dog?
Well, actually, apparently woodmen, when they go adventuring, keep their true name hidden, and they only reveal their nickname. So,
Okay. Ah, okay.
so I am Red.
You are
For
Red
the
Dog,
moment,
indeed.
I suppose I am Red Dog.
Okay. How did you so shadow lore? So you're aware of a shadow that is growing. You're aware the enemy is in behind every corner. How did that grow on you?
Well, I guess
Grow.
when I was very young, I suppose I'm 22. I suppose if I get it right from the dating, we would be somewhere around 2960. So it's like 20 years after the necromancer was driven out of Dol Guldur. So probably my first memories were of a kind of a safe and relatively happy childhood, because it was immediately after the eviction of the necromancer. And what I've noticed probably in the last years getting into adulthood is that things are getting worse. I mentioned that my mother is not too well. She probably has got some kind of sickness. And it doesn't feel entirely natural. Then there is the thing that we hear more and more frequently of, like, members of other families being maybe kidnapped, or orcs that are showing up again, or spiders as well. So I have this feeling that all these things are kind of connected, that there is some evil that is coming back, and that the sickness of my mother probably is connected to that. So that there is a kind of single, I suppose, explanation to, or cause, maybe more than explanation. There is a single cause that has worsened partly slowly, but worryingly, the condition of.
That's pretty solid. That ties in pretty well with your two other distinctive features, keen-eyed and wary.
Yeah, keen-eyed, I guess I went hunting with my father. He taught me how to use the bow, and that, well, probably it was also something natural into me, so I was probably gifted to start with. And my father, actually, it's one of the few things where he really encouraged me. It was not that he would often tell me how good I am at something, but with the bow, he was really impressed, I think, from the way I was gifted with it, at least for his standard. So that's why I think I got this feature, and probably also, moving in the woods, that has trained me. And wary as well, again, living on the eaves of Mirkwood, we are always wary of our surroundings and what's happening around. And also the thing that I've always lived in a very close community somehow. As soon as I go outside, I'm very wary of new people.
Interesting.
I keep an eye on what's going on around, I suppose.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, cool. Wow, that's so much content for me. Like, I'm gonna have a crazy time now. Love it. Thank you so much, guys. Alex, Ariel, how about your distinctive features? How did you come?
So I guess largely it would be because I was impressed from early on about all the accomplishments of the elves, my kin, and in the present and especially in the past. And I've always been in contact with people like that carry themselves like in a sort of lordly fashion, especially when talking to people from other cultures, right? That are not elves. Then I do think that we are just better in a sense, right? I am too polite to ever say that, and I try not to, to make that apparent. But
it reminds me of what elf is it Erestor? I think it's Erestor who says to Bilbo that he cannot make the difference between a human and a hobbit.
Yeah, because you all look the same. Yeah.
Yes.
I
just
have
mortals.
A little bit of that.
They just die too quickly.
Even though I am fascinated by other cultures, in some ways, but I do have that sort of that thinking. So I think that does make me feel lordly, or sometimes a bit aloof, and sometimes even arrogant in the eyes of some people, even though that's not my intention. So subtle is everything from when I was a craftsman, then I switched to being a scholar. All those things require that you have a very methodical way of thinking. You can't just jump to conclusions. You have to work out, reason out things properly. Even the weapon that I chose to master is a subtle weapon. Like, at least I see the spear as something you have to have finesse and pick your time and properly use. So I think that's where that comes out. Rhymes of Lore is my fascination with the stories of old, and many of them are oral traditions that only survive because of these rhymes that are propagated through the generations. And
so you would know like songs from ages past, and
yes,
poems,
exactly,
and records, and
oral traditions of the elves.
Lovely. What have we got next? Let's linger now a bit on your shadow path. Why, as a player? Small question now to the player, and you can tie that then to how your character is already on the path. All right, it's ingrained in you. Is it to do with your fate? Is it to do with an accident that broke your psyche somehow? Is it a trap that somewhere awaits for you, or a mistake that you keep repeating? Is it like why did you, as a player? But first answer the question: why did you pick that shadow path as a player? What's interesting for you to explore in that? Corey, please.
I went for champion as the calling, and I kept the Curse of Vengeance shadow path, which I think ties in quite well with everything I've been saying so far. His sort of this deep hatred for orcs that took his father away from him, and this sort of innate ferocity, fierceness that he has. That sort of more and more threatens to consume him. Basically, sort of perhaps what happened with his father. Even is that his father got became less and less careful, fighting in these skirmishes, and perhaps his father went down the same shadow path, and it sort of led to his death.
That's a kind of similar to the path that led Targon's father to his death.
I guess there's some. I guess you could see some similarities there.
And what has you, Corey? Why pick that? Do you feel? I mean, as a player, do you feel just to let the GM know? Do you feel more confident when you acting on things with direct impulse, reaction? As a player, do you enjoy more this kind of play style rather than ponderous and thinking through things? Would you rather, as a player, just go head on that fits your play style?
No, I mean, as a player, I'm definitely sort of balanced across the board, I'd say. I enjoy sort of all aspects of the play.
That's
then,
the way.
Yeah.
Okay, no worries. Awesome.
Though Wolf is probably a bit more reactive.
Yeah. Now, how did this shadow of you this shadow, your curse of vengeance push you towards this calling? Yeah, I understand the calling as an answer to the shadow path. Yeah, like it's your in. How do you respond? To this threat inside you? And so I think the warrior wants to dominate his own fears. Is this something to do with that?
Yeah, and I guess just he's a warrior amongst his people. Sort of he's not the most he doesn't have he's not good with sort of like the wits type of skills. He's got a strong heart and a strong arm. So I think it comes quite naturally. The champion role. He wants to perhaps succeed where his father failed.
So there is something to do with you said he's a warrior for his people. So there is something about responsibility there. Yeah, like to be there for people when you.
Although that sort of is contradictory when sort of fucking off to a riddle, but yeah, I think in sort of perhaps not.
Well, I mean, be there, but fulfill a role, for the.
Yeah, I think just sort of the helpless or the weak, sort of everywhere. It's not his own people specifically. It's sort of he wants to help where he can, whether that's back in Wilderland or across on the other side of the mountains.
Love it. Love it. Thank you. Anyone has any question for Corey regarding that? All right, let's go. Jordi, Targon.
Yeah. Yeah, Targon, the path of despair, although it's not the typical one for his calling.
Yeah.
I think the despair, I would say it's tied to this perception of we are diminished people, like the great things of the past are past, and it's difficult to believe we somehow will go back to having some kind of a splendor or great things. The great things are behind us. But at the same time, he tries to search for things that give some joy to his heart. And sometimes those things are in the books, and sometimes those things are very far away. So that's why he travels much, and he's the messenger because he likes to travel and go here and there and try to find the things that will bring, if not bring joy, at least stop the advancement of the despair.
So the despair is more of kind of a generational heritage, something like you wear the burden of your people, kind of like you are too aware of the past, and I mean, as a Dunedain, you're kind of born to be loaded, huh? It's a tough.
Yeah, also it's a kind of responsibility to others, like kind of we failed protecting the world of men, and it's like an unfulfilled responsibility. It's also causing this bit of despair. Like I'm following like a bit of the path of despair that goes from troubled to guilt-ridden, and I think
Yeah, makes sense. Oh
for
my
me
god.
that would be what would tie to
Uh-huh.
the character. But in the same time, I sometimes, I don't know if it's for personal choice or because of my characters, but sometimes I go from one side to the other, like from a fit of despair to a great sense of joy and happiness, you know. And then when there is this happiness, it's like it needs to be treasured.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, there is of course this contrast that you can appreciate the good moment, you can appreciate what's fragile for what it is, and yeah, of
Yeah, but
course
it can
things
be,
take
you know,
value.
a super great thing like a victory over the enemy, or just an evening of honey cakes and a book beside the fire. You know, happiness comes in all kind of
Mm-hmm.
in all kinds of
Shapes. Yeah, lovely. Mm-hmm. Okay. Red Dog. What's your shadow path?
Oh, it's the path of despair for me as well. So
Oh.
it's a lot of tearing of hair here. I guess as a player, for me it's interesting. I guess partly because of Tolkien's concept of a long defeat, so that in the end, you can defeat evil at some moment in times, but you cannot really eradicate it, and it will come back constantly. And so this somehow, how don't you fall into despair with this type of vision? It's at least as a player, it's an interesting point of view. And I guess the other thing, it's a bit of a paranoid bent that could have, I guess, this path, which maybe relates a bit to the Shadow Lord feature as well. So if everything is connected and is against and is driven by some evil will, let's say, and we are so powerless against it, then I guess if you fall into this kind of despair, you will see enemies in the end everywhere, and you will lose all hope. But maybe I'm reading a bit too much into that, but it could be maybe a way to personalize it a bit more. As for my character, so as for Red Dog, I guess he has seen his mother getting sick, then the cousin that has been taken away, and he doesn't know if the orcs have maybe, well, let's say, raped her or anyway killed her or whatever. So it is kind of, he feels helpless. And then, as I mentioned, I was hunting these orcs who kidnapped my cousin with the husband of her.
Yeah.
And I guess the details
the husband too was kidnapped.
Sorry?
Her husband too was kidnapped.
No. He came for us to help, and so I decided to go with him and search for her. We had a trail. I suppose if I have a dog, it would make sense he will help us finding the trail. Now, this is, I guess my idea was that the trail led to the Misty Mountains somewhere, and we tried to cross them to find these orcs, and somehow we get lost. I'm not really sure what happens, but I don't know if he has died, if he died while crossing the mountain, like in a snowstorm or whatever. I lost him somehow. So I also feel guilty, I suppose, for him. I probably I have a guilty feeling for what happened as well to him. What I think happened to him, at least, because I suspect he died, and I feel as if I didn't do enough to save him, probably. And then I have and then I'm extremely worried still for this half cousin of mine, which I have no idea where she is. And So I guess all of these could probably be the first sparks that lead me into a potential path of despair, seeing that I'm kind of helpless in being able to protect the people around me.
So the warden, in the sense that you're looking around, you're searching, you're trying to secure the borders.
Yeah, that's how I kind of see it.
Makes sense. Nice. Thank you. Ariel.
Okay, so the what is it called? The lure of secrets.
Yeah, lure.
In fact, you can, yeah. Hello. Oh, sorry. With the lure of secrets, I like this because it's totally in line with the character as I thought with his character. He becomes really interested, borderline obsessed with these wonderful artifacts and lost knowledge of the path. And already he has taken a few steps in the direction of sacrificing things to get to know about them, right? If you think about it, he admired and still admires his father greatly, but after seeing that artifact of the ancient past that was so far beyond what he could do, he probably admires him a little bit less, right? Somehow the here and now became diminished by the glories of the past once he was confronted with it. He had his friend that was more than a friend. They were, right? They had a lot of affection for each other and might have built a life together, but now, because of this idea that he has to find and see the what's left in Middle-earth of the great works of the elves, he's now left her, right? And so again, you see, sacrificing something here and now that's real, the present, for the lure of knowing more, of seeing more, so that's that would be the path to perdition, right? It would be to ignore friendship, love, and real life, just to see to imagine that probably he daydreams of finding one of the lost, I don't know, Palantir or whatever, something like some real.
And what would that mean? What would that mean? What is the meaning of knowing those things? What is the thing to be known at the end? What is the root of knowledge?
Well, to find at least these objects or these great artifacts of the past.
But it would, but then would that be
embody so much knowledge, and then he would like to study them to find out where they are.
Because what's fascinating in that, it's the control over nature, it's the association with nature, it's the harmony they bring or the power they bring.
It's a sense of closure, right? It's a sense of closure. We built these things out there, and now we lost them. They are nobody will ever see them again. This idea that there are amazing things that are buried forever, out of sight, is really an agonizing thought, because you have that out there, but nobody's seeing, nobody's appreciating them. Most people don't even know they exist. That's like, imagine you knew there was the best play that Shakespeare ever wrote was something that is lost in some library. Nobody ever read it. Nobody ever staged it. That's it's that kind of idea that you have wonderful things that are essentially lost when they could be found, and then everyone could appreciate them and see them. Everyone could have the same experience he had when he saw that wondrous clock from the ancient past. Right? I guess that would be.
So that's the carrot. That's the lure for him.
Yeah, exactly that.
Because we need to know. You need to know as a player what is the attraction, what is the drive, what is where is the hook.
The hook is making a great discovery. If I ever find one of the lost Palantir, I would be the person who found the lost Palantir, the first one in 2,000 years, or I don't know, right? anybody who, I'm a scientist, and I can tell you that's a really.
Oh, you know who you reminds me? You reminds me of Fëanor, man.
Yeah, absolutely. Fair enough. Yeah.
Yeah,
You
Fëanor
are a
is.
treasure hunter.
Yeah.
You have this
I thought
cred
about- I
treasure
thought very-
hunter, not.
I thought very, very closely about this. Some of what I thought actually would match a treasure hunter, but it's all about gold and gold and gold. It's not about gold for me. It's more about these ancient things. I don't want to become rich. I want to find them. Nobody found it, and I was the one who found it. Right?
Mm.
That's the.
Mm.
I agree that there is some overlap. Yeah. I was considering treasure hunter.
No, but this is good. I think otherwise it would be like all is either black or white, and
Yeah.
real people really doesn't fit on square boxes. So
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
so the good characters shouldn't not fit neatly in square boxes either.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Now, let's go. Corey, what secret does Wolf has? What has he never told to anyone, but his horse maybe? Not only maybe not a secret as just a secret but like things that are very like intimate, like dreams, nightmares, visions, or a place that he would go only on his own, or a person that he would go to see and ask for counsel and nobody else would know, things like that.
Okay. You could have asked that question an hour ago. That's a good question. I think I have an idea that's come to me. I've been saying those things. I kind of like the idea that he has dreams or visions, perhaps, of his missing sister.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps he hears her voice sort of on the winds. That also is a pull to him for adventuring. He's sort of following where he thinks he sees her in his visions, perhaps.
So he's certain that she calls him and she's alive somewhere.
I mean, she could also be dead somewhere, and perhaps it's her spirit calling. But she could well be alive as well. I think something like that, perhaps.
Cool.
It's a very I'd say that's a.
It's neat. It's neat
because it's a sort of a very vulnerable point. It's sort of his last member of his close family.
And that would be a secret because what? He would believe that he's haunted or possessed, or he sees that as a weakness, or he's just shy and or not sure, and he doesn't want to talk about it before he's sure.
Yeah, I think the uncertainty, perhaps. It's been quite some years since she disappeared, and like I said, it's sort of a vulnerable point for this sort of fierce warrior.
Okay.
Perhaps something like that. That's what immediately has come to mind.
Okay, so he wouldn't be like keen on to sharing this information and this aspect of him that he's seeing things. Like you said, like it's like this vulnerable side of him that he doesn't want to put forth.
I think, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, this is what's come to mind when you brought it up. I didn't have anything.
No, it's neat. I love it.
Solid plan for this, but yeah, I'm not sure. I think it's sort of the fear of the unknown. He doesn't know if she's alive or not, so he doesn't want to tell other people because then perhaps it sparks sort of some hope in him or some despair.
Yeah.
Whereas these visions or callings that he hears sort of keeps it abstract in a way, even though it sort of leads his feet in certain directions, but it's not a certainty. So it's not like he doesn't want to confront the fact that maybe his sister's also dead.
Okay. Sound neat. Yeah.
Something like that.
Pretty good. Yeah. It's nice. It's helpful. It's gonna be a good tool. Targon. A secret, dreams, nightmares, visions. A secret location, a hiding place, a secret contact.
I think that there is a secret or something that Targon wouldn't say. It's like he has a call to serve. This is not the secret. Okay, he has a call to serve. He brings messages to important people from his master, his patron.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes he secretly would desire to be the important person himself. He feels he doesn't matter. He's not one of the main characters in this world. He's just there in the outskirts of importance. And he would like to be the important one himself. You know?
Nice.
Not because of pride, just because to make his life matter.
I know, right? Okay. Let's keep it short. Let's keep it that way.
But it's something that he doesn't say.
Yeah. That could come in as a good tool for roleplay at some unexpected moment. Remember this one. Good. Red Dog. A secret, visions, dreams, nightmares,
My secret
hiding
is
place.
kind of embedded in the story, in my story. I've never admitted that I was infatuated or basically in love with my half cousin. When she was married to a person of another clan, I felt despair. But I never asked for her hand because I knew my grandfather would have never accepted something like that.
Because she was too close.
She was too close, even though she wasn't really family. And anyway, he wanted to build allegiances between families as well. So it was not custom to marry inside the same family. It was considered, in a sense, not appropriate.
Nice.
So I didn't even mention this. And when she was kidnapped and her husband, I haven't thought of a name at the moment, but let's say
it's okay.
The husband, the groom, I don't know, came for help. I wanted to help to rescue her, but I kind of probably inside me also wanted somehow, I hoped I was the one who would have rescued her and she would have, in a sense, seen that I was the worthy person for her. And then when we crossed the mountains and he died, I think he died or he got lost. Inside me, maybe there is something that thinks, let's say that I had a nightmares a few nights after when I probably saw him accusing me of abandoning him in the mountains. Because he was, in a sense, my opponent or my rival.
Love it.
So that's my probably what I wouldn't admit.
Yeah, of course, it's very hard to talk about those things. Sure, neat. A nice slippery slope towards the shadow path, and having conflicted thoughts. We're not only looking for conflicting things, but looks like we have a bunch of people. Actually, our three humans here are pretty fucked up. Ariel, a secret, something that our dreams, visions, a secret place, a hiding place, a secret love, a secret contact.
You're muted. You're muted.
Sorry about that. Yeah, my secret is simply that, remember I mentioned my brother went to Anonymous and then disappeared, presumed dead. We don't know where he is. Well, I was the one who encouraged him to go there. My father was against this because that's a dangerous place. It's a dangerous travel, a dangerous place to go to. But I sort of encouraged him to go, not openly, so no one knows except him. But now he disappeared. And so I am racked with guilt sometimes because had I not insisted that he go there, maybe he would be alive today or he would be around. So there you go. That's a
and why did you have to? Why wasn't he motivated to go there in the first place? And you wanted him to go instead of you?
Because it was just a story, right? I mean, initially it was just a story that he told me, and he wasn't convinced that it wasn't just superstition or story. But then I did some research, and I found that there were actually other travelers who had reported seeing the same vision of the ships.
The swan ships.
And then I was the one who convinced him that the story was credible, and he could go then.
Okay.
I did that. I didn't tell my father or anybody else because I knew they were against it, and I thought he should see it. It's a wonderful thing if he could see that. I didn't think too much of the danger. I didn't just consider that. You know? So that was the mistake here.
Makes sense. Nice. Bit of guilt in the elf. All right. 15 minutes to go. I'm not sure if we don't overextend. I'm not sure we can do the troll fight. Right. I'm gonna skip a few because we answered many more questions than I thought we had. Things like unfinished business, like if you have anything that we know, like we know more or less where you're standing. Let's just go over a couple quickly. Your personal short-term goal, like right now. If you have one thing in mind at this point in your life, it is to solve what problem or to do what?
Where are we? I mean, before we answer that, I probably right. It's because if we want to go somewhere, it depends on where we are, I guess.
Okay. You've been no, it's time to answer those. The fellowship goal. How did you meet? We're gonna ponder. We're gonna take a couple of minutes. We're gonna take a 2-3 minutes break before we go for the final sprint, and find an explanation for how you came, guys, to form a fellowship. Not just come together and meet like that. You met, and there was a fellowship that came. That was born. So an entity with a goal of its own. You all share a common goal. That's what makes the fellowship. So you guys will the campaign will start next week. You will have been sent by Elrond on an errand looking for 2 missing scouts that were on a mission to look and understand what's going on with at Mount Graham. Those 2 scouts were are dwarfs, both of them. You're looking for Dulin, who disappeared 3 months ago, who went on a mission, never came back 3 months ago, and Foy, who went after him, who was sent actually, just like you are now, who was sent after him a month ago and didn't come back too, or didn't bring any news. So they were sent by Balin to scout Mount Graham. And now Balin is busy. He has other things to do. Busy man, busy dwarf. He's in the Blue Mountains, and Balin asked Elrond to take care of that for him, and sent a group of trusty people to investigate the disappearance of those two dwarfs, the vicinity of Mount Graham, and possibly inside it. So that's it. When we come back from the break, we'll have to figure out how you came to know each other, and how that's related to Elrond. I have a few ideas, but Beorn, we'll talk about that after the break. Yeah, let's just ponder a little bit, take a breather, and we'll see you in 2, 3, 5 minutes, whatever. You good?
Okay, yeah.
Are we all feeling? How long can we take for that? 15 minutes max?
I would say 20 minutes ideally. 20,
Okay.
25.
Mm-hmm.
Good for me.
I have an idea, proposition. How about the sister of Wolf is actually this half cousin of Red Dog. So you're basically very close to each other. That's a
Yes.
possibility.
Yeah, it could be that. I was thinking of something among woodsmen, but I guess it could also be, there wouldn't be. I guess it would be a way to tie together Burnings and Woodmen.
They're pretty close to each other, yeah. Most of the Burnings were ex-woodmen before. Woodmen are also a very loose sort of culture. So why
probably
not?
the only thing is that I would expect Beornings to ask help to other Beornings, probably rather than to my family.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure it works 100% actually.
Okay. Okay.
Although, but I had thought of course, figuring out a way that our characters would.
So you two would have meet easily in the mountains, looking for your respective missing girl, and realize that you share that thing, that you're both looking for someone missing.
I mean, we could even have we could have even met maybe at the Karok. Maybe we were heading in that direction before we crossed the mountain, and we asked that, and maybe there was a common goal in crossing the mountains. But then, so we would have been, the husband would have been with us as well when we crossed the mountain, probably. Unless he died before. He could have even died before, but I guess I was thinking of crossing the mountain because maybe in a snowstorm there is a bit of ambiguity on how we got lost, which then would feed my sense of guilt in a sense.
And possibly those nightmares, those visions, Wolf could have. The voice could have said that there was something to do with the other side of the Misty Mountains.
Yeah, I think he's lost. Yeah, I think the idea for him traveling away from Wilderland is he's lost a lot there, and is sort of perhaps looking for his sister, but also sort of looking for himself at the same time.
And
Trying to, you know.
Mm. And how about another suggestion? How about having Elrond asking for Bjorn and Radagast to send likely candidates for such a mission?
I mean, that could also have been Wolf's. Perhaps Bjorn knows about sort of the wanderlust of Wolf, and he was sort of the ideal candidate for it. That could easily be the reason as well. Yeah.
Mm. And possibly you took the opportunity, Red Dog, to follow this track, knowing that somewhere, possibly on the other side of the mountains, there could be some kind of hope.
Yeah.
Or were you instructed by Radagast to go, or your grandfather? Is maybe your grandfather linked to Bjorn somehow? Didn't want to become a Bjorning, but still very much is in tune with the Bjorning ways. Do you think that came more from Radagast or your grandfather or another chieftain?
Because my idea was that I ended up almost on the other side by accident while hunting these orcs on the mountains with this husband of her. And so my hook, in a sense, maybe independent from the burnings, was that I somehow managed to cross the mountains, but I'm half dead. And either the elves of Rivendell or the ranger, somebody finds me half dead and brings me possibly either to the refuge of the rangers or to Rivendell.
Perhaps that could be where Wolf and Red Dog meet. Perhaps is after he's begun his crossing of the mountains, and there's a snowstorm that Wolf is also caught in.
Yeah.
And perhaps they discover each other on the other side.
That could be the other option, that I'm rescued actually by Wolf. Or anyway, we joined forces and we managed to cross. So after I lost somehow my companion, the husband, and I'm alone in the mountain.
That's possibly where you met as well with Turgon. No, who could have taken you into to the angle there, and you three would have linked, found this connection. I'm thinking you can get you two can think, elaborate on that. But I'm thinking now of a connection between Ariel and Targon. It's Anuminas.
Yeah.
I think that your brother, either Ariel's brother or you, Ariel, were there when Targon's father and brothers died.
Okay.
Either you or your brother, probably you were there.
Yeah.
You were there. You fought alongside his father, and you rescued. You probably held Targon in your arm when he was a baby, and help him escape from Anuminas, and you know. So that would be a strong connection there, a strong link. that makes you kind of like, you know, also we know that Targon is an elf friend. Targon, your mother could have kept you know, contact with Ariel, and that is how basically you always knew him.
Cool.
Yeah.
It's
And probably I would have communicated to him maybe through letters that I wanted to go out into the big wide world, and you know, and he
yeah,
would be the
count me
contact,
in.
the natural contact.
Yeah. So okay. Like when you grow up, let me know when you need me, sort of.
Yeah.
And there will be this call from Elrond, who will probably ask Targon to put a group to put something together.
Okay.
And Targon had stumbled upon those two wildlanders, and so potential in this, possibly meaning, possibly fate. How do you guys?
I like
think-
this. Yeah.
I had another tie-in also to the mission of Mount Graham. Is I talked about his Wolf's father perhaps have killed in a rather gruesome manner, sort of displayed, perhaps by some orc captain or something. Perhaps it could be tied to Mount Graham. Perhaps
Yes.
he's never found the orc that sort of killed his father.
Yes.
Could be perhaps tied in with something there.
Yeah, there was
when,
probably like some kind of after the battle, some kind of leftover from the orcs, and possibly a tribal, you know, tattoo or some kind of, you know, inscription. How do you call those signs? Those orcish kind of clanic signs, you know, a shield of sort, and that you've learned that this was a band of orc from Mount Graham.
So if Bjorn was given a message from Elrond, then perhaps Wolf almost threw himself at it.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
There's more.
Shoved aside the other guy that they were going to send, and he was like, "No, I will do the step in front, right? I will step up."
So it sort of has a double dual meaning for him.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. It's starting to come together. I think we don't need very much more, maybe a little bit more on the side of Red Dog.
Well, my beloved cousin was kidnapped by some orcs that fled towards the Misty Mountain. I'm not that well versed in geography, so I have no idea where these orcs in the end went to, but I may even think that they may have somehow brought these prisoners to some hideouts of the orcs, but maybe eventually a place like Mount Graham or some other place like Mount Gundabad could be their final destinations to sell these slaves if they want. That's my thinking, that they want to sell her. Maybe she's already dead, but in my mind I cannot think of that. So for me there is a motivation to join also in this sense, and probably maybe rescuing her and maybe other people that have been kidnapped with her. Should fit in the world. And
yeah, so you are probably somewhere after Targon found you on the western, on the eastern bank of the Misty Mountains. You found yourself in this little cottage there, this little cottage of Targon, and he was actually looking for people to mount an expedition towards Mount Graham. And the last thing we need to know is why did Targon call in Ariel? Did he feel that it was the moment for, or did Tariel, or did you had like a letter exchange non-stop, like a correspondence? And Tariel felt.
I would have decided my restlessness grew, right? And I talked to him, and I knew he had contacts with Elrond, and he was in a wilder part of the world. So is there some opportunity to go there and do something?
If it's the first time you're going to leave your home and you're going to go to Mount Graham, it's like, hey.
Where is that place in the map? I can't. I don't know if
north of Rivendell, beyond the Ethermoors and the Coldfells. North.
Oh, I see. Okay, got it.
That's an orc fortress, and like, if it's your first trip outside home, it's like, hey.
I went to Anuminas and to the Blue Mountains. That's very far from here. To me, that's a big thing. Going to Anuminas was a big, epic trip, right?
Now you understand, guys, why I gave you 2 points of extra previous experience.
Let me tell you, like, do not bring your nice clothes.
Okay, that's brilliant. That's settled then. One last little thing that we skipped is the life path and the major events. Massey, if you go into everyone else as well, if you go into journals, tables and aids, and you open the journal life paths and major events, it's a PDF that you can load for yourself. There you can, the PDF is not of the best quality, I'm sorry for that, but you can see there that you have a few options to finalize, the making of your character. Have some of you already picked an option in there?
I don't. That seems very restrictive, right? Because it ties the values you chose for your skills among the option, right? Not for the skills, for the characteristics.
Just
what happened to you in the past.
It doesn't have the whole book, actually, I can see.
Yeah, no, it's just the major events that we're interested in. It's this.
But it doesn't have
okay.
Doesn't seem to have the first half.
It does. It does.
It only has 9.
You have to just scroll horizontally. Scroll to the right.
Noticed right now.
Yeah, the two pages are there. You have 12 choices.
Okay. But yeah, I've chosen half wise.
I saw that. You may not possess the cunning of the wise, but what you lack in intelligence, you make up for in other ways. Raise your wits, TN, by 1. Raise?
Yep, and then lower another attribute TN of your...
Oh, yeah, sure. Okay, yeah.
Trade-off.
Yeah, I didn't finish the sentence. Yeah. And which one did you lower then? Strength?
So I've raised my wits and lowered my strength, yeah.
Good, man. Good. Makes sense. Then you can do... There are like nice little neat options, like lower your endurance, increase your parry, increase your hope.
Especially, Alessandro, if I saw you took nimbleness. You could take, for example, the slender event and then choose a different virtue.
Yeah.
It'd be
That's all right.
Lower endurance by 2, which is Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Actually, that's a good idea.
Okay, we have a
I'll have
slender.
to
Your agile build
that.
makes you nimbler than most, but less vigorous than others.
So I'll have to let me check here.
And then, yeah, you can do that manually, but for anything where you have to raise and lower a TN, you have to create a manual. You need to manually create a virtue.
That's right. I
Which is
can
what
do I can do that for you in case anyone is confused about how to do that.
So what should I do? I'm not sure I understand.
You go into the major events table.
Yeah.
You pick one option if you want to.
Okay.
This is optional. This is optional. And each option you can pick one and only one. Each option can come with a pro and a con.
I see.
You raise something, but you lower something else. Or for example, what was there? You can raise your hope, but choose two of your for the like number 8. Simple. Raise your hope, but choose two of your favored skill. They are no longer favored. This is harsh, but 2 points of hope is very strong too.
Just to note that the favored by the Grey Wizard is it only works with the fucked up dice they made originally.
And that whenever I make a roll or treat any one roll on the dice as an 11. Yeah, we'll avoid that because it's the game, the system cannot automate this kind of things. Avoid the Gandalf rune. This is yeah. You cannot take that option. The system cannot know that if there is anything similar. There is also the first one. Take a shadow scar and 10 additional points of previous experience. Ooh.
Yeah, I was looking at that. It's tempting.
Yeah. A shadow scar is pretty bad. I don't know if you know Massey. A shadow scar is a permanent shadow point. It's what you get after when you gain 2 points of shadow. If that reaches your hope level, you have to suffer a bout of madness.
Okay.
And once this is done, you have a shadow scar, and this is the equivalent of a permanent shadow point.
Nice.
I've taken it on a previous game, and it was quite nasty, actually.
Yeah, I guess it is because it technically like reduce your hope, because you cannot
You can actually take out the shadow scars.
You can heal them.
At Yule, yeah.
5, but it's a lot. 5 experience points.
Yeah, I chose confidence then instead of nimbleness, and I followed the suggestion of picking slender.
Oh, okay. Nice.
I have a little bit more hope. Just a little bit.
Nice.
Nothing I was worried about.
Is it 1 or 2 points with confidence?
2 points.
Nice. Okay. Nice. And you're slender and confident. What a lordly.
The one that would fit for me would be reclusive. What would happen if the fellowship rating reduces by 1?
Reduces your company fellowship by 1. Alors, the fellowship rating is you basically when you spend hope to gain a bonus die on a roll. Your fellowship score goes down, but no. What am I saying? You spend hope to you spend but to recover your hope, you have a few options. You can recover hope in between adventures during the fellowship phase. But you can also recover hope by spending a fellowship point. And now you have 4 points in fellowship because there's 4 of you. But that would take it down to 3. And this fellowship rating, these fellowship points are a common pool. It's the same pool for everyone.
I would be hacking everyone else
Yes.
in a game.
No, we just wouldn't let you take points from the
Just
pool.
to get one,
Yeah, obviously.
to
That would be the
gain
fair.
one additional favored skill. I don't think it cuts the deal. I don't think it's good enough.
Yeah.
Okay. Look, guys, if you but I think we all decided. Massey, you can look it up. I'll link you. I'll upload the thing, the document on Discord, so you can have a look at it later.
Yeah,
Think for
I have a document actually on PDF.
You have it?
Machine. Yeah.
Well, but I think we're done now. It was a good long.
The thing is that I don't see one that would suit me that much. Yeah. I'm not sure. But I may think a bit on it and see.
Yeah. I think we had. I'm super inspired. I think I'm gonna work. I'm gonna work on those few clues you gave me tonight. I think there is a lot you can start to. Loads of things, load of ideas. We can work. I can walk into the campaign and integrate into the story as it unfolds, and you as well with those elements. You can create a story and shape the campaign. Somehow into domains, into territories that you want to explore to further, to know more about your characters. And there are good ties as well we found between you four. So yeah, I'm impressed. Super, comme ils disent. So my expatriates and my ex-expatriate. Let's talk about next week's session because so it's Massey's son's birthday.